technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a hype stream, a beef stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. It's been a big weekend. Woo-hoo-hoo, baby. We got beef and hype. And we got equal measures. You know, we got 40k beef, we got 40k hype, we've got conflict hype, we've got old world hype. There's most of the beef is on 40k side, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a bit of hype at the same time. It's hype. There's beef against time. A stream hostile daylight savings. Well, unfortunately for all of you in America, I don't live in America. So so you guys are going to have to accept that this is a fine British stream and a British channel. But yeah, I do apologize on behalf of Linear Time to all of the American and Canadian viewers, all the North American viewers, for the stream being an hour later than they expected. I should never have expected the American education system to inform you all that there were time zones outside of America. That's on me. That's on me. That's my bad. I should have expected that. Every time zone is America. Lies! There is nowhere outside of America. There you are. But I am actually on time. Genuinely on time. So clearly, Skinwalker Mordian is in effect here. Now, what we talk about today? Well, it's the Monday stream. So we tend to find on Monday that people have been working on lots of stuff over the weekend. There's been lots of news over the weekend and stuff. People have been playing games, working hobby projects and all that kind of stuff. As well as, GW may have released some hype or some beef over the weekend as well. So what we're going to do today is basically catch up on everything that's happened over sort of Saturday, Sunday, and of course Monday, both on your guys' front and also just on the general hobby front as well. So there we go. We're going to have a nice, just big stream, chatting bollocks, talking about everything and everything. We could talk about 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, K47, any other games that you like. We could talk army lists. We can talk competitive play, casual play, narrative play, all that kind of stuff. And we can just talk about we can contemplate the follies of mankind if we so need to. So with all of that said, let's get into the stream properly tonight, guys. And let's begin with our tradition. Because traditions are very important on this channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Imperial Guard. Ashton Milliwatt, you in the guard now, son. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their cock out? No point in being funny about it today. We've got Curry Kane, Mad Larkin, Airborne, Macon, 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf, Mad Larkin. I think Spriggs might be here. Zello, Sabin Wilson, Ed Scott, Ishmael Thompson, Damn Legion, Mad Larkin, Dexion, Creeves on vacation. We've got Agus, we've got Godlike Poet, we've got Cyrillic Dude, Eternal Rhombus. We've also got Asian Persuasion, Alexi, and we've got Lathar and Cypherpunk and the Link Park 12. Gaming Stuka, Russell W, Toshby Station, Jocelyn, and we've got Morpheus and Rolando, and Chicken Detonator, Deus Clock, and we've got Whitey and AK Samija, and Mikhail Mecca, and Marie's Minis, and Daniel Simpson, and Archon Hank, Mike P, Jared Mann, Deanne Steen, Entropic Activity, That Rat Bastard, Corax Cox, Jar Watt, and Anthony Williams, Regular Interest, Ed Scar, Asgard Hobbies, Kalak Nelak, Zetro, and Dahamacom Free. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you all of you guys for being it. And Raygun sneaking in there as well. Thank you all for joining the stream. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that bollocks. You know, it's important, but all that bollocks, guys. It's a great way to support the channel, the stream, and all that kind of good stuff. And also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that good stuff. And let's go through and say our thank yous and show our appreciation for those people that have already got the stream started off right. So we have got Russell W! Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. Always appreciate the opening support, mate. Amazing. We've also got Whispering Monk. Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege. The man who protects us in these tumultuous times. The man who safeguards our souls and keeps our ears clean. That joke was like, what, 4 years old at this point. Still gets me every time. Whispering Monk, thank you, man. We've also got, if anyone, I mean, I still remember where it came from. But it's just such a, like, okay, for those who want to know why I always say, this is the deep lore of the Mordy and Glory community, which is, about 3.5 years ago, I said to Whispering Monk, every time he joins, I always say he whispers like sweet nothings into our ear, because he's whispers sweet nothings into my ear kind of thing. And then there's a whole thing, although that was it, it was a whole thing about like, I was like, Whispering Monk, Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet Coke. That's right. I love it when you whisper sweet nothings in my ear. that was the whole thing. And then ever since, it was just like, maybe he's like, he's keeping the ears clean. Like licking all the wax out of the ears, all this kind of gross. Like we took the joke way too far. We went down this whole back and forth and we just grossed each other out. And 3.5 years later, we still go on about how he's the monk, so he keeps our souls pure. Yet he is whispering in our ears, so he keeps our ears clean at the same time. And that's it. That's the joke. That's the joke, and it's been said pretty much daily for 3.5 years now. There you are. Whispering Monk, thank you so much for the support. And thank you for going with a joke, going with what was a particularly great joke for so long. Thank you, man. What have we got next? We've got Entroactivity. Entroactivity, thank you for the 5 months, man. Memes and pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Aha, here we go. Took my French World War I list to a bolt action tournament. 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Hey, that's cool, man. Very happy with the result. Reject the meta, embrace the French. Yeah, I'll do the first bit. Also, the news. Let's have a look. Hey, that's kind of cool, man. I mean, it is just a lot of red. It's just a lot of FT17s, isn't it? But hey, it's cheap and it's got a machine gun and it's an armored vehicle. So if you can't deal with it, there you go. But it is also slow, painfully slow. Nice. I mean, sending FT17s up against a Panzer IV is a bold strategy, and I'm not gonna lie. The fact that the FT17 makes the Panzer 38T look like an armored behemoth is actually quite funny. But hey, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like, is that a Char B? Is it? Nice. Hey, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Yeah. I love this, but I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but it looks cool. Like a little armored car kind of jobby. Lots of infantry and light tanks. That's the way, man. Yeah. The Daily Herald. GW fails to solve issues with 10th and bets its future on 11th edition being a hit. Exclusively, Warhammer YouTubers worry about maintaining audience engagement if 11th fails. More than expect to show off Warlord package on... More than expect to show off Warlord package on Monday stream. I'm not worried about maintaining audience if 11th edition fails. If I was a big Warhammer YouTuber that maybe had decided not to diversify my portfolio over the last 18 months, despite some of the rumblings that have been happening, then maybe then I would be worried. But the truth is, like, if 11th edition succeeds, great. Like, that's great. I'm gonna have obviously I'm not gonna have any issues with that. Hopefully there's lots of new Imperial Guard content to talk about. It's been a long time since I've just been able to like deep dive tactics of the Guard and all that kind of stuff. So I hope 11th edition absolutely flies. But if 11th edition, doesn't fly, then, I've got, over the last few years, we've established a very healthy bolt action content here, a community here, very healthy Conflict 47 community, bolt action community. Did I say bolt action already? Old world community. And we've started dipping our toes into Midhammer. So, yeah. So, I mean, I hope 11th edition is great. Of course I do. But I'm not so worried if it ends up going down the shitter. Like, I don't want it to, but if it does, whilst I'll be, if it does, it'll be quite exciting. Not in a good way, but in like a, ooh, let's see where the chips fall now. Let us see where the things, where the dice roll. Yeah. We're a wargaming channel now, not strictly a Warhammer channel. Yeah. Which I had a vague outline. For those of you that are like curious about it, I know some people won't be that bothered, but I know some people do like to see sort of the peek behind the curtain and know what like goes on and what it's like being like a Warhammer or wargaming YouTuber and all that kind of stuff. I had a vague outline about 2 years ago, really with the launch of Old World, that I wanted to always have like the Guard as like the foundation of the channel, but I wanted to start like branching out into other games, and I didn't really do it on a conscious level. It was more on like a subconscious, like this just feels like this just feels right. I just trusted my gut instinct, and I got a lot of direction from the community as well. And so we'd already dabbled with a bit of action content on and off, and people had really liked that, and so we sort of diversified a little bit. tried a few different things out, and settled on a few games that I really, really enjoyed, and the community really, really enjoyed, and yeah, that's just how it's happened. But it's funny. Like I didn't ever really have like a grand plan of like, okay, I'm going to do this for 6 months and this for 6 months and this for 6 months and blah, blah, blah. Nothing like that. Literally let's just start looking outside. Let's start looking outside the bubble, the GW bubble, and just seeing what we find. And yeah, that's how it's ended up. So I'm like I said, in summary, I hope 11th edition does well. It would be great. Nothing would make me happier than being able to like get really hyped for my guard stuff again, and being able to really get into like lots of cool tactics. And I hope they shift lots of points around and lots of abilities and lots of core rules and all that kind of stuff. I really hope it's a real shake-up. Yeah, I really hope it's a real shake-up. But if it's not, and it ends up being a bit of a fizzle rather than a bang, being a bit of a fizzle, then sure, fine. I'll keep covering 40k as much as I do. I'll keep going to tournaments with the guard and all that kind of stuff. But we'll continue to enjoy our Conflict 47 and our old world and stuff like that. Yeah. So there we go. So yeah, that's just kind of that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I had to say, it's taken a lot of pressure off. If I was a big YouTuber, full stop, because I'm not. But if I was a big YouTuber who was solely dedicated to Warhammer 40k, I would be. Actually, you know what's kind of funny? Actually, I'm going to say something else. Actually, I don't think the controversial opinion. I don't think big YouTubers would actually struggle. I think if you're someone who's got 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 subscribers, and Warhammer 40k goes to shit, you've probably got enough momentum where you can pivot. You can sort of see where the winds are going. Let's say, 11th edition goes in the toilet, everyone coalesces around 4th. Random example, right? I think big YouTubers would be able to basically, in many ways, save themselves by influencing, where everyone coalesces around. And so I think they would be fine. I think if you're a smaller YouTuber, it's actually potentially harder, because if you're someone that's just up and coming, you've made your whole thing around this like a niche thing, and then it suddenly it all goes to shit. You might not have quite this. You might be more dynamic in where you can turn to, but you might have less of a cushion to be able to turn to it, and it might just be like your whole your channel basically. You might have to remake your channel. Yeah. So yeah, I do wonder. I could see it going both ways. I could see big channels struggling to be dynamic enough, and I could see little channels struggling to be to have enough momentum behind them. But yeah, I think it would be easy enough to turn. Yeah, I think it'd be easy enough to turn. Yeah, I'm sure Auspex and Valrak are crying right now. Nah, I don't think so. Auspex Tactics is obviously pure Warhammer 40k, but he's basically like the news. So, Auspex Tactics for a time would, at the very least for a time would have incredible momentum, because he would be like, oh, let's check it with Auspex and see how much 40k is blown up today. Right? But I think, if Auspex at a moment's notice could probably turn to being more of a general wargaming news channel. Yeah. And Snow PC, I know you're being ironic, but it's interesting to talk about these things. And then Valrak, I think, has already been dipping his toes into some conflict. Yeah. For me, the big thing that I would the big thing I would be curious about is if modern Newhammer went bang, just went. Like, modern Newhammer is basically like the last balanced data slate, but on a grand scale. And it's like phoned in and just bad. then the big question I would have is, where do people go? Would people go over to a different edition of Warhammer 40k? That's a tricky one, because the moment that Pandora's box is opened, it's okay, but which edition? And suddenly the community starts like, you know, some people are playing 4th, 5th, some people are playing, you know, 7th, some people are playing like 8th, whatever. So that's the big one. Do people go to different edition? If so, which one? The second question is, if it went, would people actually stay with 40k, or would we see a mass exodus to another game? And the question being, what would that game be? And I think there would be 2 homes that people would go to, and it'd be really interesting to see which home people ended up at. I think in my mind, there's 2 contenders. There's Conflict 47. I think that game's got huge main game energy, and I think a lot of people, there's already a lot of building momentum behind it, but it's still very new. The other one, I think, would be Old World. The other one, I think, would be Old World. I don't, because those would be the 2 contenders. Yeah. Those would be the 2 contenders. But that's in the hypothetical situation of if people didn't just go to another edition of 40k. Because Bird's the Word has a good point. Like, people have spent too much money on 40k. I'm going to change over to something else. There is an element of the sunk cost fallacy. Like, massively. I think there's an element of the sunk cost fallacy. But at the end of the day, I think, you know what's interesting? The sunk cost fallacy is a thing right until it isn't. I mean, look at myself. Look how much I've spent on Warhammer. Look how much Warhammer I have. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's too much. I need to start trimming it down a little bit, which is crazy, but I do. But you know, I would be a prime candidate for the sunk cost fallacy, and yet I'm not. And I've always one thing I've always said is, like, I'm a war gamer first, so I sort of, well, how I've always sort of done this channel, done my content is like, what would I like to see as like a war gamer kind of thing. And so I don't know, I feel like do you know what's kind of crazy? I think people put too much faith in the sunk cost fallacy. Hot take. We're going there. Boys, we're going there. All right. We haven't finished doing super chats, but this is the big one. We're going there. I think too much people put faith in the sunk cost fallacy to keep people in. I think you'll be amazed at how quickly people would just turn, just jump on something else. I have been playing wargaming for a long time. And I have seen some of the biggest whales, some of the biggest shills, some of the biggest unrepentant fanboys just suddenly turn. Something's triggered them. A lot of this happened at the end of 7th edition, but I've seen it happen since then as well. People who've just gone, I'm done. GG. GG. Oh, no chat box tonight. Good shout, John Shepherd. There we go. Yeah. GG no re. And they've just been like, boom. They just dropped. Like, it's just like, these are people, like, literally, I kid you not, right? I know some dude who dropped £2,000 on an AdMech in 9th edition. And he literally, when they were like utterly busted, he bought like everything, smashed it at super major after super major after super major. And then just that was it. Just something just happened. And he just completely partway through 10th, just went, fuck this amount. Fuck this out. Fuck this amount. And it was a series of things. He was a long-term, he was a long-term AdMech player. Like, he'd been building a little bit, and then he just went 9th. It was amazing. He went bang, just dropped, full send. And then over the course of 9th and then 10th, he was just like, fuck it, like, this faction's just fucked. And just, yeah. So, like, I think people put way too much faith in the sunk cost fallacy. Yeah. I think that's the biggie. So yeah, I absolutely believe there's an element of it, but I don't think it's the I don't think it's just like top trump, this argument winning card that often gets thrown into these kind of discussions that a lot of people make it out to be. Yeah. 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 There we go. Anyway, let's move on. What have we got here? We've got J Bond. Thank you for the 43 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yes! 3.5 years in his glorious service, in his name. Yes! Thank you so much, J Bond. 07 back at you, mate. You're an absolute fucking legend. There you go. Thank you so much, man. Jared, man, thank you for the 30 months. X-Force, baby! Oh, 2.5 years, bro. Amazing. K47 Walkers in stream discussion under Basic Bear. All right, let's have a little Gandaroony. Ooh! Heyo! They look fucking sick. Are they Canadians? I feel like I saw you say these were for Canadians earlier in the Discord, man. Wow. They look great. Got a Hornet on the side here. Got a Merlin on the left. Cool. Very, very, very cool, man. Hey, I like the way you've done the power packs there. Yeah, that's really cool. Nice. Nice. Love that shit, man. Good work, bro. Absolutely fantastic. Excellent stuff. Love to see it. All right, what have we got next? One second. We've got Chicken Detonator. Thank you for Super Chat. Week 6 of leaving his box, lads. I know. I'm so sorry, Chicken Detonator. I said I'd pick it up like 1 or 2 weeks, and then life got busy. I do apologize. Lambast me, sir. Lambast me. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for your support, and I do want to go and get that box ASAP. I might see if I can pick it up tomorrow, actually. If I can pick it up tomorrow, that would be great. I'll message my guy. I got a guy. Oh, got a hand now. Just gonna check with my dude. There we go. There we go. I've messaged. Don't worry, chicken. I've messaged. There we go. That rat bastard. Tale of a tormented game rat. A tormented game rat in stream discussion. All right. I love that tale of a tormented game rat. All right. Let's have a look. See if I can try and find it. Where are you, you bugger? I don't see it, man. Oh, no, I found it. I found it. Okay. Okay. Tale of a Tormented Game Wrap. I wrote a list for an RTTR FLGS this Sunday, just gone. The list was about as disgusting as Skaven list could be. I went all in on what is considered to be the best unit we could put at the table, the Storm Vermin Death Star, which I have had good results with in other events. However, it just didn't feel right with the points as they are now pumping the gas into Death Star. There wasn't any left over to fill out the army, leaving a list that, while powerful, is extremely one note, one trick, etc. So at the last minute, I rewrote the list, completely making a Skaven army ideal list, meaning it looks like and plays like you'd expect from a proper Skaven army. Knowing that to get aesthetic and vibe-based enjoyment, I was sacrificing a lot of power. On the day, I played against a group of really nice guys, as always, and some interesting lists. Warriors of Chaos with 2 spicy Demon Princes, Dragon Ogres, and some absolute blend of Forsaken. Dark Elves, a proper classic army with a variety of their awesome infantry, including executioners and some Cold War cavalry. Victory in both these games came down to some proper tricksy movement. Giant rats are great for frustrating your opponent's tactics and coaxing mistakes out of them. Yes! 2 victories! 2 victories with Skaven playing like Skaven. No tricksiness. No bullshit. No skew. Just a real Skaven army. And you got 2 victories. Well. That left me to face the dreaded Vampire Counts Game 2. Graveguard and about 3 million zombies choke the field of battle, supported by the expected cadre of Necromancers, Banshees, and spooky boat things, with a significant threat from 2 units of Hexwraiths. Spooky. A lot of typical meta armies might struggle against this. Apparently, I don't know, I'm not that well issued about the issue. Not well versed about the issue. The great glorious clan Ratchet had brought their magical ammunition, which offends the ghosts, and disposable giant rats continue to confound the enemy's infantry block tactics. Victory is assured for the children of the greatest hornest rat. The list initially wrote, and that list that won the day in your DMs, if you're interested. Wait, so did you go 3-0? 3-0? And that must mean victory, right? You got a little victory trophy? Come on. Yeah, baby! Oh, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm fucking talking about. There we fucking go. Let's have a look at the list. Okay. So, the original list was... So, the bullshit list was a Grey Seer level 3, a Grey Seer level 4 on Screaming Bell, a Skaven Chieftain BSB. Ooh. No trophies. They ran out of trophies. They owe you one and they owe me one now. So I'll message Isaac. I'll get us our trophies, man. Don't worry. Skaven Warlord with Skaven Brew. And then Storm Vermin, Clan Rats, Giant Rats, Help It. Okay. And then the list that was actually the list that you took was a 500-point Grey Seer. My God. Warp Zone tokens, level 4, Screaming Bell, Power Scroll, Lore Familiar, Meteor Hammer, Illusion. That's a very expensive Grey Seer. Fucking hell. Skaven Chieftain with Banner of Verminous Scurrying, BSB. Warlock, Engineer, Ruby Ring of Ruin. And then you had 27 Clan Rats with a Rattling Gun, 40 Clan Rats with a Rattling Gun, 40 Clan Rats with a Rattling Gun. My God, it's all Clan Rats, but I was reliably told Clan Rats were terrible. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 units of Giant Rats, just 10 in each, so 30 points each. Amazing, 3 points per rat. And then 4 Warplock Jezzails, 3 Warplock Jezzails, 3 Warplock Jezzails, and 2 Warp Lightning Cannons? What? What? If you sent that list to any old world commentator, they would tell you that, oh, it's a fun list, it's a vibes list, you know, maybe you'll win a game or something, but you know, you'll have fun with it. It's a very Skaven list, but they would give you no odds at winning. But not only winning once, not only winning twice, but winning thrice. My God. Clan Scryer Supremacy. Clan Scryer Supremacy. Rattling Guns, Jezzails, Warp Lightning Cannons. What more do you need? What more do you need? Amazing. That's it, man. Just clan rats and guns. Clan rats and guns, baby. That's all you need. It's a very Empire list. I see your newly acquired Empire army is rubbing off on you. Absolute madness, man. So do the warp launcher sails and rattling guns and stuff, and warp lightning cannons, do they count as like magical attacks or something? Because I'm just thinking like, were there like sniping banshees and whatnot? Because of the I can't remember if they do count as magical or not. I genuinely can't remember. Your magic bullets? Wow. So actually, weirdly capable against undead. Weirdly capable against undead. Because like the moment like someone's like, got myself my fucking like tomb banshees, you're just like, great, Jezzail's kill that one. Yeah. Actually really good. I think it's Renegades, Nazdred. I think it's Renegades. Most tournaments now allow Renegade rules. Yeah, in fact, all the ones in our local area allowed it. The DOs just asked if people wanted them, and people said yes. So, yeah, I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but in our local area, it's all, as far as I'm aware, it's all Renegades all the way these days. Yeah. But wow, that's, dude, well done. Massive well done. I really feel like, I hope you got some pictures. If you didn't, it's fine. But I really feel like we need to document this for all time. Because no one wins an event with fucking Skaven. Like, ever. Oh my god. Yeah, we need to mark this down. Maybe we should do like a collab or something. Just for a bit of fun. Like, cause you've been on the channel before and everything. It'd be cool. Maybe we should do like a little like we've done, do a little like debrief. Winning a tournament with Fluffy Skaven. Yeah. I don't know how you even take pics, man. I was flying by the seat of my pants the whole day. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's up to you, man. But if you want, we can do a debrief, and I think people would get a kick out of it. People would love it. Yeah. Just like a 30-minute, hour-long video, something like that, and we can just have a bit of fun with it. Yeah. I think that would be cool. Let me know when you're free, and we'll figure something out. All right. All right. Let's have a look here, dude. Very, very happy for you, man. Literally, super psyched. And that's the news. Big weekend news. There we are. Amazing. What do we got next? We've got Agus. Thank you for the gift of membership. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got the lower decks. Sir, I humbly request a transfer from the mines. Request denied. Get back in there and mind those turnips. They won't mind themselves. There you go. All right. We've got Coax Cox. Thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad, mate. Amazing. And we've got Marold. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. As always, I will raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. Thank you, Marold. Good old Marold. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. I have the greatest productive weekend in a week. I built, painted, and based the first wave of my Axis. Pictures for discussion and a list for my me versus Jenny game. All right, let's have a look here. You were very, very productive this weekend. I can't deny it. Let's have a look. Yeah, Cosmic, I'm really jealous, actually, because I was like, I'm going to sit down and have a really productive weekend, and then I spent the entire weekend. Well, that's not true. Saturday, I was working. Sunday, I was out at the zoo. With me and Mrs. Morgan went to the zoo with our friends at their newborns. That was really cool. And then today I was just knackered. So today, I painted five whole American infantry. I didn't even base them, but I painted 5 more. So there we are. And then I also managed to finish the basing off on some of my Japanese as well. So there we go. So I was a little productive, Cosmic, but nothing like you. Let's have a look. It is done. I've completed it. It's just waiting for some sealant. But all of my Axis forces for my first wave, already the Baron's forces march to defend Prague and Bohemia. The Blades Bohemia. From the Russian Scourge. And what's this? 2 more US heavy power armor raring up for the largest game yet on Saturday. And if you see Tiki, ask him about the Tiki point. About the Tiki point. I mean, I feel like this is something that happened in Tiki's stream that I don't know about. Which, Tiki, I dropped into your stream, man, and it wouldn't let me send you any money, so I left. It wouldn't let me send you money. I figured like it didn't like me. Let's have a look. Hey, these look cool, man. Yes. Yes. Cool, bro. I mean, they've come together very nicely and very quickly. Oh, a couple more power armor guys. Nice. Super bazooka and everything ready to rock and cock. Nice, Cosmic. And then you said there was a list, did you? Let's have a look. 2,500 points, 11 order dice. God, I love conflict. If that was bolt action, it would be like 37 order dice. We got an assault platoon, Firefly officer, Paragon squad, Firefly squad, US heavy infantry with a Studebaker, linebacker, Kodiak, mud skipper, Sherman, Fireflies. Nice. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. How come this one's 408 points? What did you do to it? Oh, super bazookas. I was like, what did you do to it, Cosmic? That makes sense now. Nice. So we've got 3 squads of Fireflies. Is it? Or 2 squads of Fireflies? 2 squads of Fireflies, 2 squads of Paragons, and a US heavy infantry squad in a truck. And then we've got a Firefly officer, and we've got 4 mechs and tanks. 4 between them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. We got a lot of firepower there, man. A hell of a lot of firepower. Cool. Cool. I like it. Should be good. Doesn't look too powerful. Doesn't look too weak. Just looks nice down the middle. Bit of Paragons. Bit of mechs. Bit of Fireflies. Nice. Mad Larkin, wait. Are they just getting up 2,500 points out? No, not a standard. That's just Jenny and Cosmic having a big blowout game. Yeah. I have heard some people that want to take the game up to 2k points. I've seen a lot of 40k players who are like coming over to the game that are like, we should play at 2k. And I am just going to be the bulwark against that. And I'm going to be like, 1,500. 1,500 makes us have to make 1,500 points is what the game is designed at. 1,500 points is what's recommended. 1,500 points is what forces you to make decisions for competitive play. Do what for competitive conflict. But of course, do whatever you want because it's your fucking game. But I'm staying at 1,500 points for now. I'm leaving the door open though. But I think 1,500 points is a good place to have as the standard, and then each. I think 1,500 is where we should have a standard, and then individual groups can decide whether they go up to 2k or go down to 1,250. Because I've seen some people that want to do that, for example. And I think that's how it should be, because conflict is a more tribal game than a more global game, and that's good because you guys just play at the level that feels right for you and your friends. What you all, yeah, as long as there's a general consensus, everyone likes it. Yeah. There you are. Exactly, Ed Scott. Exactly. 100 points. People are still building their collections. Exactly, man. Dude, not everyone has as much money as you, Moddy. Jesus, man. I'm not bloody Scrooge McDuck diving into my fucking pool. My pool of fucking gold coins. No, man, I'm a strong advocate for 1,500 points. I'm a strong advocate of it I'm a strong believer in, hobby smart. When people say, when people are like, oh, I always find it really strange when people flex like how much they've spent on a game. Not like people being like, shit, I spent a bit too much there. But people being like, I spent £1,500 on my Votan army. just an example. Oh, well, I spent £1,700 on my, like, Space Marines and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're flexing on how much money you've spent, like, on toy soldiers, and as if that, like, means anything. Like, do what you want. Do what you want. But to me, flexing on how much you spent on a hobby doesn't make any real difference. The only flex is how good you are or how much fun you had. You know? Like, you can spend $2,000-3,000 on army and not win and not be very good at the game and win and lose. Like, obviously you can. Yeah. Yeah, it means they bought sticker price from GW. Yeah, people are like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, exactly. I flex how much I save. Exactly, Cyrillic dude. Exactly. Yeah. I'm always I never champion like reckless money spending. I think people should spend what they're comfortable with. And people, you know, and everyone's financial situation is different. You have some people who will drop 2K and will be nothing. It'll be absolutely nothing to them. And that's awesome. Like, if that's your financial situation, I don't get jealous or bitter about that. I'm like, fuck yeah, man, you absolutely smashed it. Like, you're doing well in life. amazing. But if you're someone that, like, you know, drops like 200 quid to get an army, or, you know, £100 to get an army, which I think is pretty realistic for some game systems and whatnot, I'm like, sick, man. Yeah, great. You did what you could do. You did what you could do with what you have available. And I'm just happy you're here playing with us. Do you know what I mean? And also that's also a case of, hey, look, you know, maybe that person does really, really well and smashes it with the game. Like, of course they do. Yeah. Like, to me, everyone's financial situation is different, and I respect those that do really well, and I respect, you know, and I've got lots of money in life, of course, amazing. And I respect those that don't have much but still actively partake in this hobby, of course. Yeah. But it's people, and there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a flex. There's nothing wrong with being like, you know what? I just really wanted this army on let's say you like Red Corsairs, right? And you're like, you know what? I just really wanted this Red Corsairs army day one. There's no question. I've always wanted it. Just no question of it. Boom! I dropped the money. I got new for GW. I didn't even think about it. Like, boom! I've finally got the army I've always wanted. Dude, I'm just happy for you. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's when people are like, I have literally had people recently be like, oh yeah. You know, well, I'm not even, you know, people have literally been like, I want to be careful how I say this, who have insinuated that if you complain about Warhammer prices, you shouldn't be playing Warhammer. And I'm like, whoa, man, like, whoa. None of the, excuse me? Like, that's not okay. You know? That's not okay at all. Yeah. So that's the difference. There's nothing wrong with someone having money and spending that money on what they like. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with not having money and spending what you can. Of course. Right? You know, I respect both ends of the spectrum and everyone in between. But that popped up recently as an opinion. And I just thought, man, like, I reckon we might see more of that coming. I'm not 100% certain, but I reckon we might see more of that coming. Because if 40k becomes this very, like, premium product and Gucci product and everything, I think we might end up seeing people who are the equivalent of, like, wine snobs, but for Warhammer. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I think, yeah. Yeah. I think that could happen. We'll see that. Yeah, you can see it as well. 40k players, war gamers in general. They, you know, no, that's not true. There's always an element. There's always there's always a toxic element of any hobby culture. Yeah. There's always like you'll see it with Magic the Gathering and video games and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's people who boast that they've spent like $100,000 on like Diablo Immortal or whatever it is. Yeah. I'm just like, well done. You spent you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a mobile game. Well done. Yeah, a ton of Rombus. Devil's Advocate. GW defines themselves as a luxury product. If you believe that is true, then you shouldn't complain about the price. It's like complaining the new Lambo is too expensive. I think that it is not possible to compare a Lambo to a Warhammer army. No. I'm not saying you to believe that Eternal Rhombus. Don't worry. And I know you're using that as an example. But yeah, I don't think that's possible. If that's yeah. Just some insight into their dark and twisted minds. Yeah, I don't worry, Eternal Rhombus. So I wasn't shitting on you, man. Don't worry. I got you playing Devil's Advocate. Yeah. I think there's there was an old sketch I saw. I think it was by the Fast Show, but it might have been another comedy show called where they had this guy who owned a shop called Saw You Coming, and the whole thing was basically like taking the piss out of like. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. The whole bit was it Harry Enfield? Thank you, I'm a second Coke. And the whole bit was basically about the guy taking this. The owner of the shop just sold like antiques and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't an adult video store, no. It was like antiques or antiques, and it was like really like hipster kind of stuff. And every single sketch there'd be like this. I mean, there's no real way to sugarcoat it. It's a product of its time. But basically, like a privileged white woman who would just like walk into the shop and be like, I'm looking for something, blah, blah, blah. And the guy would go, well, this is really high quality shit. And, this is an antique from, it's at least 20 years old. And I was like, really, that long? Like, yeah, really, yeah, it's a long time. Yeah, and all this kind of stuff. And basically, he was always like, they would just believe anything that he said. They basically believe anything that he'd say, and they would just lap it up. Like if he said this was an antique, they'd just lap it up, and they'd be like, well, how much is this? And he'd be like, £200. And they'd be like, wow, £200. That seems like such a great bag. He goes, yeah, £250 is a great bag. And they're like, of course, £250. You've got to pay the top quality for this shit. Yeah. And I feel like those people that go on about like Warhammer's a luxury product. It's a luxury product. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't complain about it, kind of thing. And that to me, GW is the guy in that shop going, yeah, this is really high quality shit. Yeah. £160 for a battalion. That sounds like a great deal. Yeah. £180 for this battalion is a great deal. Of course, 180. Just like type in the pin in. If you can't afford a £200, yeah, those mold lines are in mint condition. Yeah, exactly. Just that kind of stuff in Eternal Rhombus. Yeah. That mold line. This comes with. You see the mold lines here? That's a mark of extreme quality. Yeah, the more mold lines, the better. Yeah. So I feel like that is GW now is running the I Saw You Coming shop. That yeah. There you go. What do we got next? Ozroth, my boy. Thank you for super chat, man. Weekend hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Got loads of stuff in hobby stream discussion. Just give me a second to find it, man. I can't see it. Ozroth, you bastard. You like Why are you all... I'm gonna have to search. You're making me search. It's probably there. All right, let's have a look. There's nothing in stream discussion. I don't think it posted. I don't think it posted, man. Let's have make sure I'm not missing where he said he put it. Yeah, I don't think it came down the pipes. Yeah. I'll repost. Yeah, please do, man. Just helps me because there's a few bits you've done. I can wait. Was it the mullet? 1 minute. Because I can... Oh, you've done it there. There you go, dude. It's literally come up. Perfect. Wow. Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so fucking jealous. Oh, I want it. I really, really want it. Please. Oh, man. I really, really want it. Oh. It looks so good. Hey, they look cool as well, man. Hey, I like you've got the Vogel spinner's turret on the regular spinner. I didn't even realize that worked, man. Let me have a go. Does it actually fit? Holy shit, no way, it does. Oh, that's so cool. It properly fits. Hey, that's great. That's really good to know. That's really, 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 really good to know. I love that, man. I love that. Yeah. Let me get this spinner back on here. Yeah, that's cool as fuck, man. That's cool as fuck. I like that. Dude, the Axis stuff looks amazing, but I have to say, my heart belongs to this mullet. I am truly, truly, truly jealous you have one of these things. It looks great. I'm gonna have to see if I can shake that warlord tree. Oh man. Yeah. Oh my god. This looks amazing, man. I need a fucking mullet in my life now. I need it, bro. I'm so jealous. Dude, that's awesome. I'm really, like, genuinely, I'm really happy for you, man. I'm so glad you got your models and they've turned out so good as well. All right. Wash the balls, Adam. Wash the balls. Look, I'll keep washing. I'll keep washing them. What do we got next? Curry Kane, thank you 11 months, man. Did you see the StarCraft FAQ stream? What do you think? I didn't see it personally, but some people were posting some information about what came out of it in the Discord. I think it was the one that talked about like prices and stuff. And like what other boxes and stuff were coming, and we sort of covered it on Friday, and yeah, it looked really good. Yeah, it definitely looks. The StarCraft game has got me curious. I'm not promising I'm going to commit to it or anything at this time, but I absolutely have got one eye on StarCraft Miniatures game for sure, man. What do we got next? Awesome Game, thank you so much for the Zero Sum Game, thank you so much for the big super chat, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Recently joined and playing Kakarodons with only firstborn. Yes, my man. Loved your tournament report with your firstborn Marines and wanted to express my appreciation for that content. Hopefully this will cover the cost of a fight. Hey, dude, more than enough, man. Amazing. I've actually been thinking of busting out the firstborn again for a little bit, because I feel like they're probably going to get squatted in 11th, which really annoys me. But if it does, like, I'm still going to play them. Like, at the moment they get rid of Tactical Marines, I'm going to be playing 4th edition and stuff with them and whatnot. Or maybe even using Tactical Marines Intercepts or whatever it may be. But I feel like I want to do another tournament report with them and do, like, the death ride of the Firstborn. Yeah, I think that would be cool. But yeah, the Firstborn Marines are best. I don't think GW... I don't think no matter what GW does, it's a bit like, look, I'm just gonna say it, right? Primaris is the AOS of 40k. Now, what I mean by that is there are some people that like it, but the moment that Old World came back, it took off and overtook AOS. And like some people like Primaris stuff. But if you just made, like, if you just made remastered Firstborn on, like, every level, they would instantly overtake Primaris, and that'd just be that simple. Yeah. If you made, like, proper scale Tactical Marines, all the options, same with, like, Assault Marines, all that kind of shit, just, yeah, just insta win. Yeah. So yeah, mad respect to Zero Sum Game for being a Cacaodon's player and for being a Firstborn lover. And dude, 07, mate. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for your support. And yeah, Firstborn bros forever, man. There we go. Mal, my boy. Mal, thank you for the super chat, man. 07, my current project, work in progress, entry discussion. Hoorah! Om nom 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 nom. Alright, let's have a look. Where is it, Marold? Aha, here we go. My Soviet starter and Mastodon. What do you do with an expensive model if you're only semi-happy with the look? Drill holes in it, of course. Had fun with the customizing, as I thought a plain boxy turret a bit bland and boxy. Nice. Hey, that's cool. So you put the wire in, and I'm guessing you made it into like a, what do you call it? Like a command? Yeah, command Mastodon. Oh my fuck, Mal. Did you buy 2 Soviet starter armies? Did you buy 2 Soviet starter armies? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Oh my god. Now that is a fucking Soviet army right there. Holy fuck, man. I mean, that's gotta be 1250, right? That's 250. That's 300. So that's 800. That'll be like 500 maybe for the Mastodon. So that's 1300, and then 2 squads of Moraz Ghoul and the commander. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Holy shit, Mal. That's a great army. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dice. That's all you need, baby. That's so good. Tiget, I still prefer the OG Conflict 47 sculpts. I do in some places, but I have to say I think the new Ursas do look better. The old Ursas, they look a little bit like teddy bears. They look a little bit like rat ogres, but in some cases, which is fine. Don't get me wrong, but I do think the new Ursas are a big step up. And I have to say, I think the old Siberian Terror troops are a bit shit. They are, man. They are a bit shit. I'm sorry, man. The new ones look so much better. They look so much fucking better. Yeah. That's just me, but yeah, I love them. But things like this is amazing. This is immortal. Yeah. Really, really, really fucking cool. Yeah. The thing is, I think some of the new conflict stuff looks amazing. I think some of the old stuff looks amazing. But the weird thing that I've noticed is that, well, not weird thing, the great thing that I've noticed is that Warlord doesn't seem to be like discontinuing the old stuff when the new stuff comes out. Maybe that'll change when the plastics come out. But like, for example, you know, right now you can buy the old assault frame armor and the new assault frame armor. And it's like, huh. Interesting. So I do hope that, you know, Warlord for a time keeps both side by side to help cater to both communities. Yeah. I prefer the old Ursus due to scale. The new Ursus look far too big. I don't know if an Ursus can look too big. I strong disagree. I think Schreckwolfen should look quite lithe. But Ursus, I think the bigger the better. Like we need an even bigger Ursus. We need like a battle. We need like it needs to be like a medium mech sized Ursus. Yeah. We need bigger Ursus. That's what we need. Yeah, the Soviets aren't developing any more mechanical mechs. They're developing organic mechs. Maybe two Ursus strapped together, like a two-headed Ursus. That's my that's my vibe. Yeah, but the thing is, conflict guys, you're not wrong, man. Like everyone has different tastes, different strokes, different folks, all that kind of stuff, right? So you know, it's totally okay for us to be like, you like the old ones, I like the new ones. That's all good. Hopefully we both get our cake and eat it. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, hopefully we, you know, Warlord keep the old ones around for a bit, you know? Yeah. Gun Ursus would be interesting. Yeah, that would be very interesting. Ursus with autocans. But I feel like that encroaches a little bit on British robot territory. What we got next? Tiki, thank you for Super Chat, man. Banzai! 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 Thank you for the gifted membership. And thank you for the Super Chat, bro. Picked up a comp patrol today. Pictures and stream discussion. Why, though? Like, why? I love my orcs, but I'm reaching 2k points. Time to go back to my 9th Ed army. I never got to build. Praise the Fallen Emperor. Introducing my GSC army. Necromunda Vice. Going for a Blade Runner Cyberpunk Miami Vice Synthwave vibe. Tiki, you already collect Conflict 47. Why 40k, man? I'm just busting your balls, bro. Big question. Are you going modern Gene Stealer Call? Like 10th edition going into 11th edition? Or are you going to build them for 3rd/4th edition? That's the question, man. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Classic racer. I love that. Oh, yes, this is definitely not the old limo. Yeah. Nah, man, all good, bro. I really, really hope that GSC get a big flavor glow up in 11th because they've just not been very flavorful in the last couple of editions, and I really hope they change that. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Oh shit, me 1 minute. I pressed the wrong button. What do we got? John Shepard, thank you for Super Chat, man. Pictures for discussion of my new chain of command project. All right, let's have a look. Busy painting War Games Atlantic World War II, Italian now PDF chain of command, leader and 2 in command, 1 squad almost finished. Nice. They look really cool, man. I like those sculpts. Yeah, they look great. Nice. Yeah, it's nice to see a mixture of Kakanos. Like you've got the longer ones, and then you've got like the carbine, the Kakano carbine. Yeah, cool, nice, excellent work, man. There's been a big uptick in people liking Italian stuff for both Action and K47. It's in the MG community. It's been great. Ishmael Thompson, thank you so much for the super chat. The death of any hobby is the bread It's the bread of YouTubers. There's always a bit of drama that can be found, of course, but it's always better to. It's like a sun going out. Like you have like a massive output of energy, and then it disappears again. Yeah. So the death of any hobby is like, from a YouTube point of view, is often like the death of a star. You get an initial like burst of content, and then you're like, oh, I need to talk about something else now. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. A breadtuber is a left-wing political commentator. Well, I don't know if it was meant that way. Ishmael would have to like clarify. But I don't think it was meant that way. I think it was just the character limit that it was that was being yeah. Yeah. No, it's not. It's a YouTuber that attached onto what's popular. The death of any hobby is the breadtuber. Ishmael, I think I've misunderstood, but I think a ton of Rhombus misunderstood. Give us more context. Is a breadtuber someone that just attaches onto what's popular? They suck it dry for content? Oh. I mean, I've never, to be honest, I've heard this term breadtuber thrown around before. I've never understood what it's meant. So that's actually kind of interesting to finally know what that means. Ishmael Thompson, I see you've done a follow-up super chat here as well. When they migrate, they consume like locusts. So that scene from The Matrix. Okay, so maybe there's just a misunderstanding from Ishmael on what a breadtuber is or something. But anyway, let us not get bogged down into in semantics. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding of the term or whatever. Let's not worry about it too much. The point is, the death of any hobby is when popular YouTubers just jump on it to farm content from. Sloptuber, that kind of thing. I've been part of a few things that have started off really niche and then blown up and lost that special something. I've seen it with... So there's an example I used to use is there was this game I used to love playing called Insurgency. It was a really, really hardcore first-person tactical shooter. And me and all of my, like, online... When I used to play online games more than I played tabletop games, we fucking no-life this thing. And it was when it first popped up, it was really niche. And it was really, really good. And then, you know, and there's this whole thing where, like, people playing it would try and they weren't, like, exploiting the game. They weren't trying to, like, find game exploits. They were just playing the game like how it felt naturally to play it. So like, you know, if you know, so using tactics, covering corners, all this kind of stuff. It wasn't like super, super realistic of a game, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was pretty realistic. And then what sort of ended up happening is the game blew up in popularity. There were like a few like free weekends and stuff. And the game really blew in popularity. And in some ways it was good. Because it, you know, meant that you always, you know, could always get a game and everything. But then a whole bunch of like people came into the game that basically were obviously more like ex-Call of Duty players or whatever. And so they started, rather than like playing the game how it kind of just felt naturally to play this kind of shooter, they started doing like all the exploit stuff. Like, oh, they figured out you could like get on this like ledge up here. So like one leg was on the ledge, but the whole body was like hanging off, but the game didn't fall you off. Normally it would, but it's like this one ledge where it wouldn't, and all this kind of stuff. People like, you know, working out like what the meta weapons was and all this kind of stuff. And it ruined the game in a lot of ways. But there was always found, what I found is that like there was a little bit of that. There was like a spike in that happening. But then there was a whole bunch of like private servers that ended up like getting set up, which basically like, you know, fixed the issue in like many ways and whatnot. But yeah, it was that's an example I've always pointed to as like, that's an example I sometimes point to as an example of something that started off niche, and it was in that sort of honeymoon period, and then it blew up into being popular. And in a funny sort of way, even though the game was popular, it kind of lost that special something. And I do think that there is definitely I definitely think there's an element of that which has happened with 40K. I think there's definitely an element of that. But the thing is, I really hope that GW can just like correct it, because it's not that hard to correct it. I really do think that there is, I don't know, maybe I am naive and foolish, but over time we've seen many gaming companies go through this period of like, let's dumb the game down, let's make it appeal to a broader audience and all this kind of stuff, and long term, and then that basically failing. And I really hope that, and what we've seen happen now, there's been a great renaissance of games that are not dumbed down, that are just focused on being good games. So, like, there's a few examples we can point to in the last few years. Like, I think Helldivers 2 is a good example of this. I think, you know, there's always a little bit of drama with Helldivers, but generally speaking, I think Helldivers 2 is a great example of this, where, like, they never really compromised the vision of the game. It's always been like a co-op shooter. There's always been calls like, hey, make bigger teams, or hey, change this, or hey, change that. And they've never, you know, if there's been a bug, they've fixed it. If there's been a little bit of an issue with difficulty that's been not intended, like, you know, the game's been like too easy at some levels or too difficult at some levels, and it wasn't intended to be that way, then they've fixed, you know, then they fix those things. But otherwise, they've always kept to it, like, they've always kept the vision of the game quite pure, and Helldivers just continues to go from strength to strength and still being like really, really, really successful. And Helldivers is a great example of, like, just make a good game, even if it's buggy as fuck. Make a good game that actually is deep and has lots of multiple options, and, you know, players can really no life it and really casual it at the same time, and it's still all good. Then I think that's a great example of it. And I think, you know, I think that's kind of what Warhammer 40K needs to, like, remember, that you don't need, like, the current zeitgeist out there is, if you make slop games, they fail. I mean, my God, we're on Concord 3 at this point. We had Concord 1, which was Concord, which lasted 2 weeks. We've had Concord 2, which was Highguard, which lasted like a month. We're on Concord 3 now with Marathon, which is definitely looking like Concord 3, unfortunately. And we're going to get Concord 4 with this, we're going to have, Fable's going to be Concord 5. Concord 4 is going to be Zero Dawn Horizons, whatever it's called. You know, the point is that people, gaming communities in general they just want good games. They don't want casual games. They don't want, like, sloppified games or anything like that. They just want good games. And I hope that GW has kind of, like, seen what's happened with what's going on in the gaming industry and is realizing that the sort of gamer zeitgeist has turned, and that people actually do want a much deeper, much more satisfying game. That's what I hope. Yeah. It's on the moment. 11th edition is the next Concord. New clickbait title for you. I mean, I've already done it. Dude, I've already made it. Dude, literally. I've already done it, man. I'm already prepared to call 11th edition Concord the miniatures game. Look, I've already I got you covered, man. Look at this. I already got you covered. 1,000 likes. Well, I'm a 40k Concord edition. I made this a few days ago. Yeah. So I'm already ready for it. But I hope I'm wrong. Obviously, this is more of a meme than anything else. But yeah, if 11th edition bombs, I'm gonna call it Concord the miniatures game. That's what I'm gonna call it. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, but the thing is, people say, oh, companies can't turn it around. Like Troncules, I've never seen a company turn it around. I've seen it with GW. Like, they really fucked up Warhammer 6th edition and 7th edition. Like, they really, really, really fucked up, and they turned it around. So GW can do it. They absolutely can do it, but they have to be forced to do it. They have to. If you don't make them turn it around, they won't turn it around. And we've seen them. They've done it twice. They did it with Old World, man. Do you think Old World coming back was a coincidence? Old World was GW admitting that AOS hadn't captured the Warhammer Fantasy market. It's that simple. Old World was GW admitting that AOS hadn't succeeded to the level that they had wanted to. And AOS had done something different to what they wanted to, which was basically they wanted AOS to like reinvigorate everything. And what it really did is just create another new sub-community. Now, I want to make something clear. I don't think AOS is a complete failure. I don't think it is. I think 4th edition has done a lot of harm to AOS, and that's a shame. But I don't think AOS has necessarily failed, but I think it has succeeded differently to what GW wanted, and so as a result, I think that them bringing Old World back is them acknowledging that they lost a certain market share. And look at how successful Old World has been at basically like nuking a lot of the competition. Like, I'm sorry, Mantic. I'm sorry, Conquest. Last argument at Kings. But those games are up and coming. Those games are smashing it. And the moment Old World came out, those games have been really struggling. Like, they're not dead. They're still going. But the world was their oyster. And GW basically took it away. And now they're having to just succeed based on just what they've got. Yeah. Yeah. The wargaming. I mean, fucking hell. Look at War Machine, guys. War Machine is actually making a comeback. So yeah, I think that GW can absolutely, if they Concord themselves, I think they can turn it around. Yeah, but I am kind of curious to see if I don't expect it to happen, but I am kind of curious to see if 11th edition becomes Concord the miniatures game. Would Warhammer Classic Edition cripple Conflict 47? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think Old Hammer is already available. And I think Conflict 47 is on its own a really good game. I think that there is no doubt in my... Let's say 11th edition comes out, it's like a massive success. I have no doubt in my mind that for a time it will massively dominate the industry. Of course, right? I don't think there's any doubt in my mind. But I think Conflict 47 is just fundamentally such a good game that even if people, go and play a bit of 40k for a few months, they'll come back to conflict, no doubt in my mind. Yeah. And that's the beauty of the game, right? It's designed to if you leave it and come back to it 6 months later, it hasn't changed. You're still good to go. Yeah, that's the difference. That's the difference. 40k has terrible recapture ability, recatch, because if you leave the game for 6 months and come back to it, you have to relearn the game. Yeah. What do we got next? We've got Seth Key. Thank you for Super Demand. Scope the picture in your DM, bro. Let's have a look. Ooh. Went to a regional Blood Bowl tournament, went 3-0, and paced the room in touchdowns. Let's have a look. Hey, they look great, man. Are they like wood elves? They got pointy ears, so I'm guessing wood elves. They look cool. Best offense, most touchdowns scored, the bitter dregs. That's cool, man. Nice. I love that. That's really, really cool. On the topic of spending flex, I spent $20 on beer at the tournament. That's not so bad. I think that's pretty doable. Depends how expensive it was per beer, right? Love that, man. All right. Eastbound, thank you for the super chat, bro. Full tilt terrain in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. There we go. Got a demo day for Full Tilt coming up. Figured I'd show you all the terrain and teams we'll be using. Wow, that's cool. That's so cool, man. I love that. Wow, it's so cool because you can literally spend ages on one night because your whole thing is just one night. Yeah. That's so good. That looks great, man. Proper cool full tilt terrain. I love the castle as well, bro. That's amazing. That makes me want to play Stronghold. That's a cool wizard. That looks OG as fuck, man. Nice. Nice. Excellent stuff, bro. I'm loving the full tilt resurgence, man. The fact you've got a whole club worth of people playing it is amazing. What have we got next? Michael Tipton, thank you for the super chat, bro. There'll be enough people who want to continue to play that all people will be able to sell them online, and that will hurt GW more because that's still official models being used, but no money going to GW. That's a great point. That is a great point. If 11th edition fucks it, if 11th edition fucks it and loads of people sell out, that is going to be like, it's going to crash the second-hand market. But GW is also going to feel it because suddenly everyone's buying second-hand. First, so when someone stops playing 40k and sells their army, GW loses 2 customers. Because they lose the guy that was buying and has now stopped, and they lose the guy that would have bought models off them but has bought second-hand. So a bad addition is a double doozy. But a good addition is a massive boon for GW. Because a good addition means that the second-hand, there's not enough availability in the second-hand market for what people want. So people end up spending, and there's not enough availability at friendly local gaming stores. So people end up, so what ends up happening is GW gets more direct customers because people are forced to buy from them when stock is unavailable elsewhere. Yeah, it kind of goes both ways. Yeah. A good addition pulls people to GW directly from other alternative sources. A bad addition is a double hit for them. Yeah. What do we got next? That's a great point, Michael Tipton. I really like that. Yeah. Israel Thompson, thank you for super chat. No, keep the masses away from conflict. I like it. Dude. I know what you mean, but I know what you mean. Like, oh no, we have to protect our precious conflict because if all the normies get into it, I just don't think it's gonna go that way. At least not in our lifetime. Not in our hobby lifetime. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe, you know, maybe it took many years down the line, maybe. But I don't think it would happen. The rift must bust, the fire must rise. Yeah. And Warlord Games is built different. At least for now, Warlord Games is built different. Thing is, like, I highly doubt Warlord Games will go like publicly traded anytime soon because there's so many people there that know what happened when GW went publicly traded that they're probably like, never again. Never will we lose control again. So yeah. Old school GW made the mistake of going public. That's when it died. 1 minute, I've got something annoying. 1 minute. Oh, something's on my foot down here. Old school GW was naive. They didn't realize what it would mean going public. Now they know they won't do it again. All right. Lincoln Park, thank you so much for Super Chat. That rat gat now gives me your warp stone. The rat gat now gives me your warp stone. Dude, the rat gat having warp stone bullets is... And then counting his magic attack is so tasty. I never realized that. I might get a Skaven. I've got a Skaven army. I might build and paint my Skaven army. Yeah. I'm really feeling Skaven. Yeah. Raldoran, thank you for the 20 months, man. 20 damn lol. Have you played Fire and Fury before? I have not. I've not played it before, Raldoran. I've not even heard of it, man. So I'm sorry about that. But you want to give me some info on it? I'll check it out. X-Force, thank you for your support. Dragon Master, thank you for Super Chat. Hi, first time watching live, so now I have to ask, what's the story, Morning Glory? Okay, I'll see myself to the Penal Legion. Dude, I actually don't get that joke as much as you would think. But I do get it a little bit. But yeah, it never bothers me. Dude, thank you for the support, man. Now it's the Penal Legion with you. Chicken Detonator, quick list review for the Cloister, sir, in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. The Cloister 2K points go on Wednesday. Can I get a quick list review for Saint Chicken? Renegade Prince, full plate armor, the Wandering Diestro, Feint and Dodge, Sword of Might, Enchanted Shield. He's not super kitted out. I would be tempted to... So I like to give my characters more attacks. So I like to go like Sword of Battle or the Pearl Daggers or the Duelist Blades. Or if in doubt, I like to always get more attacks. Because I feel like volume is... More attacks is always something that you want on characters like Empire and Renegade characters, which generally have lower levels of attacks. Renegade Captain, Battle Standard Bearer, Razor Standard with the Might, with the Telian Stoicism, Sword of Striking. That's fine, yeah. Renegade Captain, Stubborn, Sword of Striking, Outcast Wizard, Elementalism, Freeblade Knights, 24 veterans cell swords with halberds and phalanx, 24 veteran cell swords with halberds and phalanx. You spent a lot on different banners, man. 29 cell sword infantry halberds, heavy armor. 8 cell swords with handguns, 8 cell swords with handguns, mortar, bombard, bombard. Okay, so I would definitely take the bombards. I wouldn't take the mortars. Mortars are just bad. They're strength 2, man. They're just bad. Especially when you don't have Empire Engineers. So I would definitely... Or the Cackling Blade. Yeah, the Cackling Blade is good as well. Very, very good. So I wouldn't bother with the with the mortars, but I'd definitely take the bombards. I like everything else. I'm a little worried you've spent a lot on banners, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I'd try and make your characters a little bit more killy. More volume. That would be the way I would do it. More volume, and I mean a cheeky ward save never goes amiss. Yeah. So that would be my take. Yeah, that'd be my take, man. Even if you literally swapped... I mean, you could literally drop both mortars and upgrade your characters, and that really wouldn't be a bad shout. Wouldn't be a bad shout at all. The other option you could do is drop them, because you've already got your gun infantry, you've already got your guns, you've already got your bricks of infantry, you've already got your cavalry. So it literally is just a case of just making your characters better. That's the last piece of the puzzle. So that would be my advice. There you go. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. Is the new Falchion Super Heavy Tank going to be the guys you told you not to worry about? The Shazlord owners, obviously appreciate it will be legends. Yeah, the new Falchion does look good. Let's have a look at it. Reveal, give them both barrels. Give them both barrels! Fucking soak the bitch. With the new Titan Hunting Falchion tank. Super heavy Space Marine tanks are some of the coolest things coming out of Warhammer the Horse Heresy. And now there's a new Titan Killing King on the block, the Falchion, coming out in plastic for the first time. It does look cool, I have to say. Horse Heresy has some great models. There is one thing that annoys me about the Falchion and the Fellblade. The magazine placement on the heavy bolters vexes me. That magazine goes through that heavy bolter. Like it's not, you know, so it's double, so it's like a big storm bolter size magazine. And on this one, it covers the hole underneath. On this one, it's like well, half of it's on this side, so where's the other half of it? Yeah, it really annoys me. Ever since it got pointed out to me, I haven't been able to unsee it. I know I'm nitpicking. And yes, who reloads it is a great question as well. Why is it being fed from the outside? Yes, I know. To be fair, bottles have always made 0 sense guns. Yes, but having a bolter which goes... having a magazine which goes through another gun, that's like not making sense. That's just like derp. That's just like full derp. That's like saying none of this bit of the gun matters. Only like this bit of the gun matters going forward. Then it's like, well, why do we even have this bit then? Also, exposed cables. What are we doing here? You think that's bad? Check out Azrael and his gun. Wait, let's have a look. We got Azrael gun beef. Like that. Side loading bolters kind of... 1 minute, can we turn him around? What's wrong with Azrael's gun? Nah, I mean, that looks fine, man. I mean, yeah, that side loading bullpup. To me, it's just instead of the magazine going in the handle, whatever you want to call it, pistol grip, just going in the side, but it's ending up in the same place, right? Or is it? Wait, the mag's on the wrong side. That would make it weird for a reload. That's true. So you'd have to like turn it sideways, slam the new magazine in, and then turn it back rather than just putting it in the side. That's true. It is technically on the wrong side. Yeah. But if you notice, he has. Oh no, he does an ammo. He does have an ammo pouch. Yeah, the ammo pouch is on the wrong side as well when you think about it. Because the ammo pouch should be on this side. So he can wait, if you're so he can pull out a magazine and then turn the gun on the side and slam it in. Or you can't reach that far round. Maybe the little helper gets in the magazine. Maybe. If he's right-handed, it's fine. I mean, I guess, but there's no sling on his gun. So he has to, like, drop the gun. Or he has to, like, sheath sword, swap hand, get magazine out of pouch. So wait. Sheath. Is there a sheath for the sword? Okay, so firstly, we've got no sheath for the sword. So, okay. Hand the sword to the little helper. Oh, okay, no, there is a sheath to the sword. Okay, so for this to make sense, Azrael has to, like, sheath the sword, like, to his helper, like, sheath the sword, then swap hands with the gun, then reach over. So he's got the gun in his left hand, so he swaps it to. 1 minute. Right. We've got to turn this right. So this is now me. It's now Azrael, right? So he's got his gun in his left hand. He sheathed the sword with his right hand. Oh no, then he can reach over, but it's too far around the back. But maybe twist around. Then gets the magazine out, then loads it, and then gets his sword back. Yeah. Yeah. The other problem that has been pointed out is the ejection port is on this side. So if he ever fires the gun, he just sprays himself in the face with from this side, with brass. Potentially. Yeah. Yeah. The only reason that magazine is there is because this weird little bit, this little circle bit, which I must remind you is not functional to the plasma gun. That is part of the bolt weapon. If you look at the Space Marine bolt weapons, they've all got that. So the magazine should go there and the circle should be there. But they swapped it round. Yeah. There we go. It's a garage yet. There should be no brass part of the artwork. Is that true? I don't know enough about guns. Yeah. I don't worry about these things too much, though. I am not really... If I may be clear, I'm not actually... I actually think the gun does look kind of cool. And I think whilst it's always a little fun to pick apart some of the sci-fi weapon designs of Warhammer 40k, it actually does not bother me even one iota. I might have a little chortle about it, but that's about it. Yeah. It's not like I've not reached, let me be clear, I've not reached that level of beef tuber where I'm picking apart the fucking, like, weapon designs, other than a little passing mention that hey lol, look at this, it's a bit silly. Yeah. But the falchion, going back to the main topic, the falchion does look sick. What's the big quad gun? Because they're las cannons. I don't know what that one is. Multi lasers? Maybe. I'm not sure. Could it be 4 multi-lasers strapped together? It's not got a magazine, has it? So it feels like that might be... Disintegrators. Ah, wow. 4 disintegrator cannons. That seems cool as fuck. Or heavy disintegrators. I don't know if they have cannon versions, but you know what I mean. Overall, I think it looks good. Yeah. I mean, we went on for a bit of a tangent about the stupid heavy bolters, but overall, I actually think it looks good. And I do like, I have to be so honest, I do like a lot of the super heavy vehicles in Heresy. I really do. I mean, overall, I actually do prefer a lot of the aesthetics in Heresy because it still has tracks. It hasn't got the stupid grav plates. So, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, overall, New Falchion's a big win for me. Whilst I have a little beef with the heavy bolter sponsors, it's nothing that would stop me from enjoying the model as a whole. Yeah. So, Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Small hobby update. Also, nice Red Bastard. Yes, Red Bastard did very well winning that tournament. Let's have a look. Evening all. Hope everyone is doing well. Done a bit of hobbying over this weekend. Took my time due to the chest infection, but it seems to be clearing up. Hey, that's awesome, man. Glad you're getting better. Anyhow, I finished off my 10 Death Riders, also with the new Chaos Space Iron Warriors combat box. I'm very tempted to restock my Iron Warriors again. With 2 of them boxes, I would set my foundations for such. And we're going to be looking at the combat patrols soon. Don't worry. Yeah. I'll give you my hot take on them. They look cool, man. I like to think that the green is just not speed paint, but just your mucus that you saved and spread around on the models. Oh, man. Thank you so much for the support, man. These guys do look great. Nah, Vile. I think the red flags just contrast with these models just perfectly. Yeah. I think they look really good, bro. Excellent stuff. Papa Nurgle supplied me with scent paint. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, bro. Sir, I might have accidentally created Axis Mordians. I'm running with the paint scheme. I'll figure out the rest after I paint 25 more. Let's have a look. Hey, they look a little bit like the Mordian 50th. With the green pants. Nice. Look good, bro. I do love the Shock Troopers. I really do. I need to get my hands on more of these. I've got 1 squad, and I definitely want another squad of them. They're just cool. Not for any gameplay reasons, literally just because they look really, really fucking cool, man. Nice. Dude, love the color scheme. Think you've done a great job, man. Excellent stuff. Excellent. They do look a little Mordian with that green. Nice. Potato, thank you for the super chat, man. Just played my first game of 4th edition. My God, you were right at how fun it can get. Imperial Guard versus Dark Angels. Guard felt like Guard. Dark Angels felt like Dark Angels. Thank you. My brother in the old hammer. You are most welcome. I merely opened the door for you. But you had to make the decision. Had to have the courage to step through. Bro, I'm absolutely psyched that you enjoyed it. 4th edition is great. Armies feel like armies. It's total vibes, Hammer. I also must apologize. Once you've had a taste of 4th, it's hard to go back. It's hard to go back. Dude, thank you for the support, man. And I look forward to hearing more of your 4th edition exploits. The Red Scout, thank you for the 40-month member flex. 40 months of holding the line. Hold the line. X-Force, baby. Yes. Amazing, Red Scout. Thank you so much for your long-term and generous support, bro. Picture in stream discussion. Let's take a look, shall we? Nice. Standing unit for combat engineers from Icadians. Hey, they look all right. I love the little drones. And using the Arbite models with the head swaps really fucking works, man. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah. Really, 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 actually very fucking cool. Excellent stuff, mate. Can't wait to see them painted up soon. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Timmy, Congo 47 crash course on transports, please. So transports work very similarly to like 40k. You can start deployed inside them. You can disembark from them. All that kind of good stuff. Generally speaking, you want transports to move slower units. Slow units that want to get up close and personal with the enemy. So a good example would be like if you've got a squad of like in bolt action, for example, if you've got like a squad of infantry all armed like SMGs or something, if you try and run those guys up the board, they'll take a long time to get there. They'll take casualties on the way. They won't be able to to shoot and stuff. So you better sticking them in a transport and then yeeting them at the board, and then it basically cuts down the amount of halves the amount of time it takes for them to get into the fight. So transports, Soviet Mark 1s are a great example in K-47 of what works well in a transport. Totem Core for Axis are a great example because unless you infiltrate them, if you infiltrate them, they're kind of stuck in that place you've infiltrated. So having a meat wagon could be a great way of having a more flexible Totem Core unit. So transports should be used to get slow-moving units that want to be getting up close and personal forward. Now, in terms of some quirks of transports, differences especially between Conflict 47 and 40k, for example. In 40k, if you're using a transport, it's basically like in this weird nether zone. In K47, if your unit is in the transport, it's on the board, it's in the transport, right? So if you get a dice, you can like go down with like a unit. But let's say you pull a dice, but you don't actually want to activate a unit just yet. Maybe you wait for your opponent to make the first move. You could go down with a unit in a transport, knowing that hey, you're probably not going to get out of that transport turn 1, right? So it's not like in 40k where it's like, oh, it's just not on the board. No. Officers inside open top transports can actually hand their buffs out. So an officer inside an open top transport can snap 2 units outside the transport. They can do that, and they hand their leadership bonus out as well. So yeah, officers again, they don't enter the nether zone; they're in the transport. So you just measure from the hull of the transport for like leadership buffs and snap 2 and stuff like that. One thing to be aware of in conflict is you can only get out of a transport if it has advanced. If at any point in the turn the transport runs, you can't get out. Likewise, you can't embark on a moving transport either. So you have to embark on a stationary transport, and then I think you can move. And you obviously, but I'm not even sure you can move once you've got in a transport. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, but by and large, I'd recommend you start your guys who want to be transported in the transport, yeet them forward, get them out. One thing to be aware of is if it's a soft skin transport like a truck, if the enemy is closer to the transport than you are, then the truck will die automatically at the end of the turn. The crew basically abandon it. So that is something to be aware of. If it's an armored transport, like a half-track, you take a leadership test, and if you succeed, you stick around. If you don't, you abandon it. But it's at the very, very end of the turn. It's not instant. It's not like the enemy moves towards and you instantly die. It's the very, very end of the turn. So you have a chance to like try and respond and try and stop it from happening. There you go. Wheel transports move advanced 12 inches, can run up 24, but can't go over rough ground. Half tracks and track transports can advance up to 9 inches, run up to 18, but can go over rough ground on an advance. There you go. There you are. And by the way, Cosmic, unlike in 40k, it's entirely possible for you to, like, let's say you've got like a unit in a transport, you move that unit forward, you move the transport forward, and you get out of the transport. You don't just like, like in 40k, you just have to like deploy out the transport. You can move out of that transport however you want, as long as it's on an advance. I don't think you can charge out of a transport, though. I think you can run out of a transport, but you can't charge out of a transport. But it's worth double checking. It might only be you advance out of it. Yeah. But yeah, but like I said, best case to get your head around them is just stick your unit in them at the beginning of the game and then run them forward, jump out, and get them to do that. Yeah. There you are. Hope that helps, mate. Dice 8, thank you for the 4 months, man. Chris, thank you for the support, bro. It's not GW that will feel it most. It's friendly local gaming stores will. Possibly. So if the edition's a bit shit, people might buy it from the FLGS to get a discount. I think, but there is always the case you get with like Heresy where FLGS has picked up a lot of boxes before the rules were available. And then they got burned when the rules came out. Yeah. So you are right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for Super Chat. Just remember, lads, Varag is stealing your slogan. Our slogan. Not for long. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Not for long. Anthony Williams, thank you so much, man. I confess, I modelled my bottles upside down on the rust. Just take them out and turn them around. Unless you glued them in and then... Silly. Cosmic Drew, thank you for Super Chat. Timmy, it's time to talk about the linebacker and stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. I think it's time to discuss the linebacker in detail. It's my favourite. It's got good weapons. It's fast. It can come in from anywhere if you need it to. And it's not afraid of a stand-up fight. But I've been thinking about it. Sometimes the light Tesla is great and sometimes it's a letdown. It can be swingy. The HMGs I used to think were great, but the more I play, the more I've grown to appreciate their volume of fire. With enough shots, some things gotta get through. Autocans, I'd say this is the safe standard issue. 4 shots with decent pen, and the speed you get some good flanks and hit armor on the side, and have units where it hits you when it hurts. Dude, the autocannon is essential because of surging Ursus and stuff like that. You need to be able to still wound them. Yeah, that's why it's essential.
Forward, you dogs,
it's a safe choice for Super Zookers. I love them. But they're so expensive. They should have a reroll. I thought they did Cosmic. The problem is it's a lot of points. Over 2 shots on a shape charge, you'll be losing most of your pen against the walkers. And because you'll always be moving, the chance to miss is higher. Each is higher, and each save is a good roll. But I'd almost like it if you could swap the light Tesla for any of them or run 2 of them of the same choice and worth risk. I would love it if you could go autocannon and super bazookas. Yeah. I would. I don't like how you have to have the light Tesla. Like, it's okay, but it would be cool if you could have, like, I mean, I wish you could, like, double up on all the weapons. Twin HMG, twin autocannon, twin light Tesla, twin super bazookas. God, yeah. Yeah. I agree. I would, yeah, that would be cool. Finally, there's the MMG. It's there, but it's not much to say about it. Flame, however, it's great for drop assaults, to scare off infantry and heavy armor, or even get a tank to break the morale. Always an excellent choice and worth the risk. I like the Flamer, yeah. As for it in regular veteran, I can see if you're doing drop assaults, advantage putting it in veteran to decrease those odds. The main downside of the linebacker is it's a fire magnet, so it's not good to run it as your only mech. You'll need something else to draw some fire away from it, so we can do its all in all. All in all, it's one of my favourite mechs, and it's not just because it reminds me of the battle mech Marauder. I think everyone should have at least 2, if not 4. That is my opinion on the linebacker. Cosmic, I think your assessment's pretty bang on. Yeah. I think your assessment's pretty bang on. I agree with pretty much most things that you said. The Super Bazooka is good, but it is very expensive. I think the MMG, personally, I aesthetically like the look of the MMG better, but I do think the Flamer is the better option. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool, though. Cosmic, overall, really doesn't feel like there's a reason why we shouldn't be able to. I know, I agree. I think we should be able to kit bash a little bit. But, I mean, you can always kit bash. You can always... It's your game, Cosmic. You want to build a linebacker with 4 super bazookas, you go for it. I think it'd be fun. Yeah. It's always a little chance to kit bash and homebrew a little bit. Merlin, thank you for super chat. Played my game of 5th edition on Saturday, and I loved every second I played. More in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Played a 40k 5th edition game on Saturday, and my god, it was so fun. Yes, the Old World Rebellion. Not Old World, Old Hammer. Guys, once you wake up from the New Hammer Matrix and you get a taste of that mid hammer and that old hammer, it's hard to go back. These are the only photos I took at the start of each turn except the 5th turn, so you can see the progression of the units. Game was 1,000 points and ended 7-5 win for me. His army list was something like this. Company command with officer and power fist, melter guns, plasma gun, regimental banner, 2 minimum size, 2 in the mix of plasma guns and melter guns, 1 carrying heavy flamers, 2 vanquishers and multiple sponsors. His dice roll was shockingly bad with the first couple of turns. For example, turn 1, both vanquishers rolled nothing but 1 to hit on all their weapons but targeted the vendetta, and 3 of his plasma gunners died to the gets hot rule after the other in turn 2. 2 of my cameras exploded, his camera exploded. Generally a very eventful game. The best part is that my opponent loved every second of it. So much so that right after he said he might get his Elder out of the box for the next time, and later said he is considering building a Demon Hunter army for 5th from scratch. This is it, man. This is it. Once you get a taste for it, you get inspired to build new armies and try new armies out for it. 100%. I'm not looking to expand any of my new Hammer 40k armies. Literally not one. Not interested. I've got what I've got. I just need a few more Dawns for my guard, but I've already got the boxes. But yeah, that's it. But my mid Hammer armies, my old Hammer armies, I'm thinking I want 1,500 points. Literally, I want to have 1,500 points of every single faction for Old Hammer. Just because they're time capsuled. If they go wrong, then if they go long, as in I don't use them for 6 months to a year, does it matter? No, they're time capsuled. They're perfect. Literally full. I want to go full Stillmania. I want to go full Stillmania on Old Hammer. Just get 1,500 points. Lock it in. Job done. Don't change it. Job done. Yeah. As for me, I was buzzing after playing, so much so that I made the decision to plan and acquire STLs to build up a new old Dark Angels army. Always wanted to build an army of them, and I see no reason not to now. Though that will be a slow burn project, I want to paint them up real nice. The last images are of the new colour scheme for my Acadians on the best model ever made for them after Jaren Kell. Nice. That's a cool board. Got some craters. I love that classic piece of terrain. That's awesome. Yeah, man. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, look at this. It's great, man. Seeing the armies rocking and cocking over the terrain. Nice. I can see the progression. The mechanized stuff swooping in for the kill. I love how the turret's been blown off the rust, but it keeps fighting because it's only a damaged weapon. It's not destroyed yet. Hey, the Vendetta's been taken down. Oh my god. That's cool, man. Yeah, you can really see the progress up the board. Like, start off for deployment, and then turn 1, turn 2. I'm using the Chimeras almost as a metric. Turn 3, turn 4. It's great, man. Really cool. Yes! Still the best banner bearer they ever made. They never beat it. They never topped it. It's crazy that model is like 23 years old at this point. And yet still peak. Absolutely bloody peak. Yeah. Dude, Merlin, I love it, bro. The mid-hammer's taken off. It's taken off. The Radiant, thank you for super chat, man. Leaving on a work trip, latest hobby project in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I succumbed to the whiff of the warp and dipped my toe into Chaos Marines. Local shop didn't have any chosen, so I kit bashed some out of some AOS dudes and bits I had lying around. Hey! Well, they look great. Honestly, they look really, 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 really fucking solid, man. That's very cool. I mean, honestly, they look better. They look better than a lot of 40k chaos stuff that's been coming out recently. Holy shit, man. Very, very cool. Excellent work, bro. Yeah, better than Celestials, yeah. Nice. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. Check students go for a hobby update toward the end under the Wasian. It's not come through, mate. Or is it just the text? Sorry. I forgot about a gift card I was getting for switching ISP, so I do what anyone would do. Go to the Waller website. Got an A12 Matilda 2 infantry tank, Sturm Tiger, Bedford QLT troop transport, 25 Hanamag 251/10, and wait, that's on the 37mm gun, and then you got a regular 251 as well. Anyways, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bolt action vehicles. Yes, amazing, man. That's so cool. So I thought there was a picture involved, but what you mean is it was like this is what you bought for future hobby updates. Yeah, man. Dude, cool as fuck. Amazing. That's a good hobby haul, that is. It's a damn good hobby haul. Love that shit, man. Thank you so much for the support, and I can't wait to see you build and paint them all up, mate. Can't wait to see them in a future battle report. Amazing. Campbell, thank you for super chat, bro. I had a tournament on Saturday. I had a Salamander's army, 1,000 points. Finished 5th out of 16. Yay! Hey, that's cool, man. So happy. Thank you for believing me and my strokey self. I'm not entirely what you mean by stroke yourself. If you want to stroke yourself, mate, you go ahead, but I'm not stroking you. But, dude, it sounds like you had a blast. Sounds like you won some games and everything, and you had a fun 1,000-point event. Amazing, bro. Amazing. Dude, thank you so much for your support. I'm glad that you had a great one. And, yeah, excellent stuff, sir. I raised my glass to you, mate. Well done on smashing it. There we are. All right. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but we have now caught up on all the super chats. A massive, massive thank you to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards who went above and beyond the Call of Duty and have come in with all that support. Amazing. Amazing. But now it's time for the beef and the hype. So I suppose my question is, chat, what news do you want first? Do you want some hype first, or do you want some beef first? Let's run a quick poll and see what people want. What do you want first? Beef, hype. So you guys can decide. We'll do a quick flash poll. I'm gonna have a quick. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get a top up on my drink, go for a piss, and then we'll come back and we will look at the results of the poll, and that's the direction we'll go in. Rat Bastard, for what systems? I think it's pretty much all 40k related today. Oh my god, we're getting... The lobbying has started. The lobbying has started, Macon! Thank you for the support, man. Beef! Beef! Oh my god. So, Macon is wanting to make... Oh no. Anthony Williams, it's happening again. Andy Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. Hype! Hype train, baby! Hype train, baby! The hype's winning. The hype's winning. There we go. The popular vote says beef, but democracy vote says hype. There we are. All right. Stop it now before it's too late. You can't stop the signal, Cyrillic dude. You can never stop it. All right. We'll see what happens. Democracy right now says that we should cover the hype first. So there we are. But I am still going to go for this Wii. Oh. No, I'm not. Macon, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Beef! Moo! Beef! Campbell, thank you for the super chat. Signing with the beef! Beef! Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat. Hype! Dare to be happy. Dare to be free. Hype! But unfortunately, it is looking like Beef's going to win, Cosmic. Because 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf just came in with a $50 super chat going, Beef! Beef is the main course. Dinner must come before dessert. Beef! Yes! There we go. There we go. Beef. 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf. You absolute mental bastard. You crazy, crazy motherfucker. Thank you so much for... Thank you so much for the very generous super chat, man. Beef! Beef Party, once again, showing that it has the most campaign funding. Dude, seriously, though. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. That's very, very generous. Very, very generous. So Newbie jumping on this as well. Beefcake! Amazing. By the way, before I forget, can we get an 07 down in the chat for 6 foot tall Dwarf? That's a very, very generous super chat. Let us not rush past it even slightly. There we go. 07. Let's get an 07 down in the chat, man. For 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf who needs all the big beefs he can get. So Newbie, thank you for the beef vote as well. Amazing. Jenny voting for hype. I'm voting for Tiki. That's true. One vote for Tiki. And then we've got Anthony Williams voting for the hype. I'm sorry, Anthony. I know. I thank you for your support, but I don't think anyone's beating that 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf for the for the beef pie. There we are. All right, I'm gonna go for a quick wee. I suspect the lobbying has meant that 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf has secured victory for the beef pie. But let me say a massive thank you to everyone who has super chatted and got involved. Because that was amazing. You guys are fucking mental. Shout out to Anthony Williams, Jenny, So Newbie, 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf, Cosmic Drew, Campbell, and McCon, Anthony Williams, and McCon again. There we go. Spriggs, thank you for super chat. Vote for myself. The Orc teams are adjusting. I vote. Spriggs is an independent vote. There we are. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll leave that poll running just for the fun of it, and I'll be back in literally 1 minute. Literally 1 minute, and then we'll get into some beef. All right. Okay. All right, so the beef party has won both the popular vote and also the democratic vote. So we must talk about beef first. There's actually there's like three micro bits of beef. Ugh. Ugh. All right, so let's have a look. Quick drink. Oh, got a hair in my mouth. I think. Maybe. We'll find out. We have an update to an existing bit of beef. Beef that was talked about in a previous stream, which was Gravis Calgar going away. Now, for those of you that don't know, Gravis Calgar was the first old hero of older editions who crossed the Rubicon Primaris and became the first Primaris character. And there was this happened about, I think it was 8th edition. And this was a big deal. GW really hyped the shit out of this, being like this monumental, like, big deal, and how Calgar had survived where so many others hadn't, and so on and so forth. And then only last week we had the balance update, the infamous balance update, the last one edition, which was so bad it almost single-handedly turned the entire 40k gameplay community against Games Workshop. Like, it was so lazy and phoned in and shit that it basically just meant people, including myself, were like, well, that's it, 10th edition is done. Like, there's no point in playing 10th edition for the last 3 months. There's no new interesting meta to explore. Like, this is just it. But one of the big things that happened in the update was old Calgar, who was removed. And it was so bad that it united the beef and the hype parties, exactly. And one of the things that people were saying, people were coping. There was a lot of cope. I'm not going to lie to you. There was a lot of cope. And there were quite a few people that were like, well, he's still available in the app. So this is clearly just a mistake on GW's part. And everyone should stop panicking. And you know what I'm going to say. Everyone should just wait and see, because GW will correct the mistake. Wait and see. You know, I used to hate those words, but now I love them, because every time someone tells me to wait and see, I go, okay. Okay. Because I have never waited and seen and been proven wrong at this point. Because guess what happened today? Cool German dude, exactly. They corrected a mistake, all right. Oh yeah, they corrected a mistake. Just not with the balance update. They corrected a mistake on the app. Because today, the app was updated, and Calgar in Gravis armor is gone. Now, on the one hand, I'm actually on the one hand, even though I've never been a big fan of the Primaris Marines. It would be really, really simple and really easy for me to sit here with a big, like, smug grin on my face, like, ooh, look at me, ooh, you know. Because I've made no bones about not being a big fan of Primaris stuff. I've made no bones about that. But here's the thing. I never like it when anyone's toys get taken away from them. I hate it when GW Legends is stuff. But they didn't even Legends this guy. They Thanos snapped him, which is even worse. Which I need to... That's a whole point in of itself. So let me make something clear. I am obviously happy that I've been vindicated and I've been proven right again. But I am not happy about Gravis Calgar going away. Because I know there's going to be a lot of people who will have invested in Gravis Calgar only in the last few months under reassurances from GW. Literally, as per the Warcom article last October about Calgar, do note though, this new version doesn't replace the former version in Gravis armor. You could take whichever one you like, just as long as they're not in the same army together. That would be weird. So GW 3 months ago said it won't be replaced. And now he's been replaced. So I don't blame anyone for buying that model, even recently, because you were literally given reassurances by Games Workshop. And not only did they remove him, they fucking Thanos snapped him. They didn't even send him to Legends, man. He didn't make it to Legends. Poochie died on the way back to his home planet and will be never seen again. That's what they fucking did. That's what they fucking did. So, yeah, let me tell you, I'm happy because I'm vindicated, but I'm not happy because a bunch of people lost their fucking toys. I am right there on the picket fence with you guys. Right there on the fucking lines being like, this is not fucking okay. Like, this is bad. And there's a few things there's a few bits of beef which have come out of this whole thing. Whole thing. Firstly, GW once again has said one thing and done another. Now, at this point, I don't know if the people on Warcom are just not being told the right information or if we're being willfully misled. But if GW says in an article, don't worry, he's not being replaced, and then replaces him, that is super fucking not okay in my book. People have bought that model based on good faith. And everyone who took GW at their fucking word has been burned. Every single one of them. Especially considering that the meta version of Calgar, and we all know that competitive leads casual. We all know that competitive leads the fucking way on this shit. We all know that meta is very important. We all know this is the most gameplay-led edition, the most competitive edition of 40k. We all know that shit matters. The fact that the Gravis one was actually better than the new one. The Gravis one, with the 2 Victrix Guard that came with it, is the better version. That was the one that was in all the Victrix Guard spam lists. Think about it. How many Gravis Calgars do you think GW shifted based off Victrix spam and based off the reassurance they gave in that article? How many? Fucking, I bet it was at least a few. I bet, no, man. I'm going to have to say, Shares, I'm going to have to say, she spoke to, I'm going to have to say, like, nah, man. They must have shifted a few because he was the meta version. He was the meta fucking version. So, firstly, that is like mega, mega, mega big beef. And I actually think not enough is being, like, said about that. Like, if GW had been clear-cut from the beginning And GW has been consistent about this kind of stuff and had been like, okay, this guy is coming out to replace the old one, because obviously you can't have Calgar in 2 versions of the armor, right? So this is the new one, okay? And they had and instead they were like, yeah, this one's replacing it, but don't worry, the dimensions are pretty similar. So if you want to use your old one to count as the new one, that's fine, right? But the fact they were like, the fact that they said he's not a replacement, and the fact they were like, oh, you can't use them at the same time, it's just obvious. It's not even implication. It's outright saying that both are going to be around. So, and I really, really feel like we, as Warhammer 40k players, have got to stop being so, well, GW being GW, just the way they behave, what you gonna do? Fuck that, man. Like, fuck that. Why is the 40k community so fucking cooked by GW that we'll just accept them lying to our bare faces, shifting a bunch of models by making them massively overpowered, and then fucking Thanos snapping them once they've cleared out all their old stock? Why are we accepting this? Why is that okay? It's not okay. Like more people should be angry about this. It's amazing that it's the fucking flagship faction, guys. They do it to Ultramarines, they'll do it to anyone. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Like, it's absolutely bonkers to me that this has just been like just rolled over and accepted. But fuck it. Okay, fine, fuck it, you know. But this is the thing, you know. People keep letting GW get away with this. People keep lowering their standards. They keep being like, oh, we need to fit around GW. We don't need to fit around GW. GW needs to fit in around us. We're the fucking customers. Like, GW has no power over you other than the power you let them have over you. If everyone just stops buying GW, the power dynamics of this relationship are going to become very fucking obvious very fucking quickly. But fuck it, fine. But fine. Okay, Gravis Calgar's gone. No one gives a shit. Look, I'm one that didn't like it. Look, here's the thing. I thought it was bullshit when they made wanky Gravis Calgar. I did. I was like, oh, it's gross. But at the same time, like, he's been around like 8 fucking years at this point. So a lot of people that bought the model, 8, 9 years. There's a lot of people which have bought the model. There's a lot of people which have bought them, especially in the last 4 months. Like, again, I don't have skin in this game, but in a funny sort of way, I don't have direct skin in this particular instance, but I absolutely have skin in the game, generally speaking. Because I've had, like, probably close to 1,000, if not more, pounds worth of models invalidated from my Warhammer collection. Probably way more. Like, I've had half of my Black Templar army invalidated. Every single Forge World unit I own for my guard has been invalidated, from Medusas to fucking Macariuses, which aren't cheap models, man. You know, I've had Crusaders taken out of my army for my guard, or, you know, amongst other things. You know, I've had easily 1,000 quid worth of models. I've had an entire Kit Bash Adeptus Astartes army that snapped out of existence because it was all built on like land speeder storms and scout bikes and stuff like that. All gone. Like, it's actually like, so yeah, Strachan was removed. Harker was removed. Like, there's not a single army in my there's not a single army in my entire Warhammer collection that hasn't been affected by this. It's fucking crazy, man. So yeah, so this leads me on to the second point. So firstly, I'm not even going to say send me to the black ships with the Calgar thing, because, like, to me, it was obvious that it wasn't going to be updated and he was going to be put back in, right? You know, that anyone who said that, and there were many of you who said that, anyone said that, you were pure fucking cope. You are cope personified. And once again, where has your cope led you? Right back to me. But here's the second bit of beef. And this is where I get to say it once again. Vindication. Vindication! Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I called this a year ago. Every single call that I have made has come true. I've not been wrong. I was just early. Because do you know what I said last year? I said GW is getting way too comfortable with Legendsing people's stuff. Way too comfortable. You can literally go back and find me say that exact sentence. They're getting way too fucking comfy with Legendsing people's stuff. Way too comfy. And I said, they are going to stop sending stuff to Legends and they're just going to remove shit straight from the game. I called this when infantry squads didn't go to Legends. I said, infantry squad didn't go to Legends, Krieg Marshal didn't go to Legends. I was like, they are getting too comfy. Things aren't even making it to Legends. They can't even be bothered to create a Legends data sheet anymore. They're just removing shit from the game. Just straight removing it. I called it. I said, everyone is going to go. I said, everyone is going to cope. Everyone's going to say, wait and see. Everyone's going to cope and say, oh, well, you can run like your infantry squad as like heavy weapon teams now and blah, blah, blah. And this can count as this, blah, 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 blah. Death Corps Marshal can count as like a Acadian Castellan, blah, blah, blah. I said, everyone said this. And I said, look, to a certain extent, they're right. I said, to a certain extent, you're right. Like that you can do a lot of counts as stuff. But I said, why are we having to work around GW for this? Number one. And two, I said, the fact that so much stuff just isn't making it to Legends now or is literally being released into fucking Legends. What happened with Hell's Last? Why the fuck was Hell's Last released into Legends? Why isn't that a box that we can buy right now? They release stuff straight into Legends for Space Marines now. Like what's that fucking Ferrus Arius guy, whatever he's fucking called? The guy from Forsaken Son or Avenging Son, whatever it was, straight into Legends. Like they keep releasing stuff. They've got to the point now where they will comfortably Legends like a third of an entire faction. Look at Dark Elder. They've got to the point where they will comfortably Legends create stuff and put it straight into Legends. But they don't tell you that. They don't tell you that. You pre-order the fucking models and then on release day you find out it's got a Legends datasheet. What the fuck? And they're so inconsistent with it. Why is Twin Sons not straight to Legends, but fucking Hell's Last is? Why was Gravis Calgar allowed to exist for 4 months? Here's the big question. Why was Gravis Calgar allowed to exist for 4 months before they got rid of him? Why do you think that is? Why are they so inconsistent with this policy? Why do they apply it sometimes and not apply it others? It's either malice or incompetence. It's crazy. So, and literally, they've just got way too. If they can literally Thanos snap one of the iterations of the chapter master of the poster boy faction for their entire game, then who won't they do it to? Like, why would you buy? Like, at this point, it's like really risky to buy anything for Warhammer. Because you might be like, oh, but you know, Warhammer models last. I mean, you might say, oh, well, you know, my Warhammer model, if I get it and then like 3 years later they Legends it, is it really that bad? Yes, it's really that bad, motherfucker. A, you spent a lot of money on that model. B, you spent a lot of your finite existence on this earth on this model. And C, models used to last 30 years before they went away. Like, we had Assault Marines from fucking 1st edition to fucking 10th edition. That's like 30, 40 years. Models that used to last decades. Now, they don't last a year. They can't Legend Orc boys? Of course they fucking can. Joseph Wrigley. Of course they fucking can. What are you kidding yourself for? Dude, 11th edition is going to come out. They're going to squat the old Orc boys. You're only going to be able to buy the new Orc boys. And guess what? Those new Orc boys come with very specific weapon loadouts. So I hope you like Orc boy squads with 1 knob, 5 guys with sluggers, and 4 guys with shooters. Because that's the squad size you're going to get. And that's the fucking loadout you're going to get. Dude, they squatted the infantry squad. What the fuck makes you think they wouldn't squat the Orc boy in its current format? Like, they're going to take Tactical Marines and Thanos snap them. If the Tactical Marines make it to Legends, it'll be a fucking miracle. It'll be a fucking miracle of Tactical Marines. I'm not expecting Tactical Marines to make it to Legends. Why would you? Why would you? So, like, yeah, that GW is just, they are addicted to Legends. I called it a year ago. You can go and check the fucking receipts. Once again, I've been proven right, and once again, I'm not happy about it. I would be the happiest man in the world if I'd been proven wrong on all of these points. But literally, we have waited every single day that goes by, I am proven more and more correct. It's crazy. They took Badrock to Legends only to bring it back as an expensive made-to-order model. Yeah. Guys, GW does this all the time, and people just keep letting them get away with it. At this point, I'm losing respect for the 40k community. Like, I'm not trying to be a massive bellend, but I'm losing respect for it. No other community puts up with this. No other wargaming community puts up with this, man. Guys, remember when they took away all the Steel Legion models? Like, literally, this is an actual documented case. Games Workshop removed Steel Legion models from their website. Several months later, they brought them back. Not years, months. They brought them back as a made-to-order at double the price. Double. People, people were told it could take up to 180 days for their made-to-order products to come through. People placed pre-orders on the made-to-order. People were getting their models before, like, it had even finished, because they got sent out, and GW must have assumed it would take a few days for them to arrive. Now, how the fuck can GW do a made-to-order that ships before the made-to-order is finished? I'll tell you how. Because half the models they sent out, if not more, weren't made to fucking order. They had just been sitting in the warehouse, and they just sent them out. And they just made double the profit off them. Double the money off them. Literally. That's why I didn't buy any of it. I was like, I'm not fucking supporting this. It was like $50 for a single plasma gun model. It was insane. It's insane. Anyway, we're going slightly off topic here, but the point is, like, GW Thanos snapping Calgar in of its own is not like, on its own might seem like minor beef, right? It might seem like minor beef, but when you actually stack it up against what has happened already, when you actually stack it up against what I predicted, we're right on track. Right? We're right on fucking track. So you stack it up again. So firstly, well, I'm sort of conflating two things at once here. Firstly, it's beef because I was right. Vindication. Secondly, it's beef because this is just another example of GW getting far too fucking comfy with legendsing models. Far too fucking comfy with doing that. And the third, this is the big bit that no one's really talked about. But this is the first this is not the first. Third? I think this is the third Primaris unit which has been removed from the game now. The third. The first, let me double check here. Like it's a big deal. Let's have a look. I wrote this down earlier, so I'm going to find it now. Let's have a look. Okay. I'm pretty certain it's the third one. There we go. I'm closing on it now.
Infantry, sir.
That was it. This is the third Primaris mod. This is the third Primaris unit that GW has removed in 6 months. 6 months. They removed Hounds of Morkai when the Space Wolf Codex came out. Now, you might say, oh, they're just Reavers. Okay, fine. But there's always if you want to, you can say that, but it's still a unit that's been removed. Second one, the Lieutenant Titus. You know Lieutenant Titus? You know that model that came out to commemorate the Space Marine game? You know the one that a lot of normies would have bought, thinking, oh, this is great? Yeah, he's gone. GG. And now Calgar. That's 6 months. 6 months. 3 units. On the chopping block, you've got suppressors. They don't make suppressors, boys. They're going. Suppressors are gone. Like soon, but they're going to be gone sooner rather than later. And Captain Ventress. Captain Ventress, Primaris Ventress, was only released in the last few months. He's going to be gone. That's crazy. Willful, but those bars are sold out, so you can't buy them. Why would you make rules for them? So I'm glad you added the S on the end then. I would have flipped. Yeah. It's 5. Calgar is 2 models. That's true. That's true. That's true. It's another. It's because you've got Calgar and the 2 Victrix Guard that came with him. But I kind of count that as one unit, right? So there's the Calgar unit, there's the Hounds of Morkai, Lieutenant Titus. Yeah. Like, if they're gonna look, guys, everyone who bought here's the thing, everyone who bought into Primaris thinking that you were safe. You're not fucking safe. Not even slightly. None of us are safe. From GW, they want to turn this game into like Magic the Gathering. It's a bold statement, I know, but they do. And they've already shown you how they want to do that. Look at Kill Team. Kill Team literally has seasons. Imagine buying a Kill Team box, playing it, and then a year later, GW's like, nope, that's out of season now. You have to, that's not tournament legal anymore. Everything is going to have seasons. People already talk about like 40k in terms of like seasons of meta. Everyone's going to have fun. It's getting, guys, it's going this way. It's going this way, man. But yeah, long story short, GW, so sum up, I was right. GW's legendsing stuff and are way too comfortable doing it. We should not be accepting it. And finally, if they'll do it to Primaris, they'll do it to anyone. And there'll always be an excuse and there'll always be a reason why it's okay. Yeah. According to... There'll always be a reason why people say it's okay, I should say. Yeah. And once again, Tim, remember, it's all your fault for not taking the job. It's my fault. It's my fault. I should have taken that job 12 years ago. Yeah. It's literally a card game and you point up your points and draw random cards. It's not simulated battle anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to know what won't? Do you know what can't be Legends? A Sherman. But that's not the point. Look, this isn't the point of the video. The point is that, like, we shouldn't be okay with this. Help, I can feel myself being moved to Legends. Full Metal Owl, you joke, but you as a player, you are being moved to Legends. GW doesn't want you. GW wants the people that will buy into this fucking shit, man. Yeah. Well, Atman Glory, you can tell, Syriade, Atman Glory, and you can tell they acquired a bunch of guys who used to work for MTG for middle management. Yeah, man. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. We should have a, you sold it, you support it, we bought it, you can't break it, battle cry till they repent. Yeah, yeah. Here, let me make something clear, though. I am... let me actually... There's one bit I want to add on to the end of this. Because sometimes when you talk about this kind of stuff, you can come across like unreasonable. Like, GW should provide rules for every single model that they make. No. I actually don't believe that. My issue here isn't even necessarily that Gravis Calgar went away. My issue here is that realistically... Well, obviously there's issues with the implications of how much they like Legends and stuff. But my issue here really is a case of GW just not... Like, back in the day, if a model went away, it was relatively straightforward to have it as, like, accounts as. Like, you know, when my Colonel Schaefer's Last Chances went away, I could just end up using them as, like, a veteran squad. In the next edition, the next codex, right? So, and this is where people say, because people will trot out this thing of, well, models have always gone away. GW's always done this. Like that's an accept. Like, just because if someone has always punched you in the bollocks, does that make it okay? No. It's bad every time they do it. Doesn't get less bad. It's still unacceptable. But the point is here, I never really mind that if something goes away, if there's a pathway for it still to be used. Like, I never really mind, like, you know, there's so many guard models which have come and gone, you know, over the years. We've had things like Elysians come and go. We've had the Resin Deathcore Creed come and go. We've had all sorts of crazy shit like the Talan Mukali Riders come and go. Or there's loads of mad shit that's always come and gone. And there's nothing really wrong with there's nothing really wrong with GW like releasing models for like a campaign, you know, hyping those models up, those models sort of being like part of the here and now. But then, you know, over the, you know, let's say like the Mukali Riders for Talan, for example. And it's like over time, you know, that shit made sense for like when the Taros campaign was like in the forefront. But you know, it's like it's been like 15 years or longer since that thing was around. So maybe it doesn't really make sense to like keep those as like rules for the models that no one's been able to buy for a very long time. Of course. But you just create like an avenue for counts as. And GW needs like an official policy. And when models are removed, they don't just Thanos snap them without any warning. They actually like this should be like a proper policy which GW regularly like refers to and endorses, where they're like, this has gone away. This is what you should use it as now. This is us saying it is acceptable to use this model as this now. So for example, like Assault Marines have gone away. They're gone. But anyone with Assault Marines can happily use them as jump back intercessors. This is like, we recognize that many people are fond of this model. We recognize that many people own these models, and we want to make sure that the people who have supported us, and you know, all this way, from people who bought their Assault Marines in first edition to people who bought their Assault Marines in 10th edition, that you can use them now. There's no, it's officially like this equals this now. And they can even have like a document which they just update it. It just says this counts as this. One line per thing. But they just don't. They don't, and they don't try to either. Like when the new land speeders came out, they're so much like bigger that they're obviously designed to basically just like the new land speeders were designed so that you couldn't use the old ones as counts as. Think about it. If the new land speeders had come out and have been roughly comparable in terms of size, then obviously people could have been like, oh yeah, I'll use my land speeder Typhoon to count this one. But if it's so fucking big, then you can't, there's no way, it's just not all right. But they should be, if they're nearest, damn it, it should have been acceptable. But that's what we need, like, that's what we need. We need like, this counts as this. Like, that would be cool. Like, the old land speeders are ATVs, though. Well, Misplaced Squid. Dude, that would be amazing. If you were like, hey, old land speeders are ATVs. Like, okay, yeah, cool. Like, that would be awesome. I'd totally be okay with that. I'd be totally okay with that. Like, we just can't be having models and units just be fucked off so quickly, so willy-nilly. And the big thing is like, people, there are going to be some people, and they are right with this opinion. Well, you know, if Kato Sicarius like goes away, I can still use him as like a counts as like Spaceman Captain. Of course you can. I still use my Strachan as a counts as leader of a Catachan command squad. Of course you can. But when there's not that option, there should be, the guidance from GW should be there. At the very least, if GW shouldn't do it, we as a community should do it. And it should become accepted. Otherwise, just more of the shit's going to happen, man. More and more and more and more and more of the shit's going to happen. And it's just bad. Like, it's just bad. So it's frustrating me. It vexes me. It vexes me. I'm terribly vexed. But yeah, I just think, I don't mind GW taking models away, but there should be a clear policy. It's bad in two ways. One, there should be a clear policy from GW on counts as, because so much stuff has been going away now, and it's there's so much uncertainty. This is the second bit. Like, not only should GW's policy, not only should there be a policy, but number two, GW needs to be way, way more consistent on this. You don't, like, some models get released, some models that are limited get released straight into Legends. Some models that are limited get released and they exist for a few months and then disappear, like Captain Titus. Some models get released and we get told it's not a replacement and then it is a replacement. Like, the problem is, we just need a little bit of fucking certainty from GW. Like, we just need them to, like, actually stick. Like, if they were really consistent on this, then I would be less vexed about it, because then at least new people coming to the game and existing players could plan around it. But we just can't. Like, if you're like a new person who bought into the game because you really like Captain Titus and you bought that model and it went away, like, what the fuck? Like, did GW... And let me ask you this, chat. Last point. At any point in 10th edition, has Games Workshop ever had a stated policy, ever communicated to us, the players, that when your codex came out, all of your fine cast and your metal and your Forge World shit would go away? Did they ever actually say it? Or did we just see it and had to work it out? They never said it. They never said it. We figured it out. And people, like, the weird thing is, people just accepted it. People were just like, oh, well, your codex coming out, so you're going to lose all your Forge World stuff. Like, even I accept, like, even I got, when I was plugged into the Matrix, I was the same. I was like, well, you know, it's going to get Legend, so you shouldn't get that. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. GW, over the course of 10th edition, literally Legends, thousands of units, at least 1,000 data sheets at this point. At least 1,000 data sheets. It must be. Maybe it's not quite that many, but it's hundreds and hundreds. And it's like, at any point, did they tell anyone how they were going to approach this? Any point do they communicate to their customers, the people that buy their fucking products? At any point do they communicate to us, this is the process we're going to follow so that you as the customer can make informed decisions? No. They just fucking did it. And we had to figure it out. And the thing is, and you might be like, oh, but everyone knew. No. People who'd been around a bit knew. But new players? Imagine if you were a new player. You saw some really cool, like, Warhammer lore about something like a Thunderbolt fighter. Or you saw, like, a really cool bit of lore about... Or maybe you started, like... Imagine you listened to you started learning about the Horus Heresy. And you were listening to the Horus Heresy books. And you're like, man, I love the idea of, like, a Contemptor Dreadnought. I fucking love that shit. And you're like, okay, I'm going to buy one. I'm going to buy it so I can play this game. And then your codex drops. And it's like, oh, you can't use it anymore. I just fucking bought it. It was available. What do you mean? You can't use it. That's a Heresy miniature. You can't use it anymore. But I want to use it in 40k. Yeah, you can't. Like, imagine if you bought the old Space Marine Combat Patrol, like Wolf said, before the new one came out, and you had suppressors in it. What the fuck? Like, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. So the problem is, again, not, oh, well, people who have been playing this game for a long time, they know. The problem is that new people keep getting fucked by this. You know, and that just doesn't look good for our game. Like, it's not a good look, is it? It's not good optics. Yeah. Anyway, that was the beef. That was my first bit of beef. My first bit. I have some other little bits, but that was my first bit. Anyway. What have we got next? We got some super chats coming in here. Tim Bob, thank you for the super chat, man. Once the beef is barbecued and guzzled, thanks for your input leading to a great first K47 experience on Sunday. Info, pictures, and debrief and stream discussion. Let's get some fucking hype going here now. Let's get some hype. Let's get some fucking hype. All right. What do we got here? Had my first game of K47 on Sunday, was bloody marvelous. Had a 2,000 points each 3-way death match, US versus Axis versus Japan. Came out on top somehow, the list cobbled together with what models I had, plus a couple of borrowed bits. Had a moment with Schreckwolfen tanking everything from my army in an attempt to stop it getting close. But hilariously, my Firefly officer killed it in close quarters combat. Hey! Luckily, the Japanese seemed to turn up pissed with Stormtrooper accuracy. Unfortunately, we ran out of time before things had a chance to go south, and I walked away with a crafty win. MVPs go to the linebacker, dropping on Heinrich Gross and crushing him and his goons, but also finishing off 3 Schreckwolfen, and the Jackal dropping in and punching up a Vogel Spinner and a few Style Trooper. Roberta Wells is an absolute legend, taking my Rift dice at the vital moment, and the Japanese didn't expect Fireflies to drop behind their Type 6 Keyho and immobilize at first turn. All in all, quite the educational experience. Looks and guts are utterly clutch, by the way. Thanks for the K47 and bot action hyper content. Has pushed me even further to commit, helped get my head around things, and given me a head start on the tactics and ideas for list building. Make the Rift great again. Yes! Another hand has touched the Rift. The revolution spreads! The fire rises, brother. Amazing, man. Hey, your army looks really good. Cool. Very, very cool, man. I'm loving the setup. I'm loving the mug. That's awesome. You guys can't see it. I'll show it right now. There you go. Loving the mug, man. That's great. Nice. Look at that for a big battle. Cool. Hey, every army's pretty well painted as well. Like, obviously there's a few little bits, but that's very forgivable for your first game. Got Japanese advancing down this way. Axis advancing this way. Americans advancing up this way. Cool. It looks great. And that Japanese army actually looks like it's got loads. I love the Ghost Warriors in that Japanese army. They look awesome. Yeah. Really, 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 really good. Really cool. The Axis got boned at both ends. They got double teamed. There we are. That's awesome, bro. That is awesome. Nice. I love the terrain as well. Terrain's really, really beautiful and really, really well done. Yeah. There you are. Cool. I love it. I love it, Tim Bob. Excellent work, sir. And I'm glad that you're able to have fun. And it looks like it was a good game for all involved. Tons of fun all around. Yeah, that's great, man. What do we got next? Shadow Knight, thank you for super chat. Starter list: 6 Chimera, 3 Cadian troops, 3 Kazakin, 2 Lemus Vanquishers, 1 Regal Dawn, 1 Regal Dawn Commander of the Kuranai. 105 points left. Grizzle Company open to detachments though. 105 points. You need something that's going to sit on your home objective comfortably and just shoot. So yeah, you need something that's going to sit on your home objective. Because even if you sticky it and then walk off, someone will take it off you with like uppy downy or with deep strike. So I would recommend, honestly, I'd recommend an artillery team. And I know you don't really have any orders for it, but it's still a good model to sit on your home objective. Another example could be even a squad of mortars. Even a squad of 3 mortars. They can do some good screening as well. Yeah. But yeah, my recommendation would be spend 105 points. Spend those many points on something that can protect your home objective. You can't just rely on sticky. Yeah. There you go, man. I hope that helps, bro. Otherwise, good list. Really, really solid start. Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat, man. It's times like this, I'm glad I'm not an Ultramarine. Here's the thing, bro. If they'll do it to the Ultramarines, they'll do it to everyone. They have done it to everyone. Now they're coming. Here's the thing. They have done it to everyone. Now they come for the Ultramarines. Simple Logic. Thank you for the gift of membership, man. Thank you for doing your part. Do you guys want to see something hype? Do you guys want some hype instead of some beef? I've got more. I've got more. I gotta show you guys something cool. Alright, cool. So, this weekend, some of you may have noticed something a little bit different about my setup. Which is this. So this is quite special. 1 minute, I've got to blow my nose. I've got something on my... Well, I've got a bloody hair on the end of my nose. So this is quite special. As far as I'm aware, this doesn't exist. You can't buy this. No, the purity seal's up here, mate. I just need to move it down. But it's still here. Don't worry. Stop spam. For Jacob, you said it 4 times. Stop spamming chat. So, this is an art print. It's not a poster. It's like an art print of... you can kind of like feel it. It's a bit different. Of the new Commissar Drugov. So this is what the model is going to look like. And it was sent to me by the Conflict 47 team at Warlord Games. In fact, they sent me a little note and everything. It was kind of nice. So I got this over the weekend. And honestly, I was blown away. I was actually like quite emotional about this. So they sent me this little note, and it's a little thank you from the K47 team for being on board from the start. Buster Rift 07. Like they know the 07 guys. They know the 07 emoji. They know Buster Rift. Look at this. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was actually, like, blown away. That's attention to detail. That's attention to detail. I love that Buster Rift became a thing at Warlord. I know. It's crazy. And then on the back of the poster, it's signed from everyone on the team. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Mordian, Buster Rift. So it's signed. So it's signed from everyone on the team, which is fucking amazing. And then yeah, there we go. That's what it looked like. And then obviously this is my reaction. This is my reaction upon putting it up. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like the little note. The signings, like honestly, like I would have like just the poster alone, was special enough. The fact that I got the little note and the fact that I got the signatures on the back is just amazing. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, man. You need a post with the Daughters of the Motherland and then to sign it with muscle mummies. I don't think I'm ever gonna get anything like this again. I think this is like a once in a lifetime kind of thing. But I can't believe it. Like this is a very, very treasured possession. I've just put it on the wall, on the background for now. But I'd love to like get it framed or something. But if I get it framed, I won't be able to have it here, and I kind of want to have it in the background of all my streams and all the videos as well. But yeah, I was very, very, very chuffed when I got this. I was like I said, I was a bit emotional, and yeah, I thought it was I thought it was amazing. It's really, really fucking cool. It's really, really, really fucking cool. And I've not been able to stop smiling since. So it's in some ways it's a little bit of hype, but in other ways it's the biggest hype topic of all time so far. But yeah, I think it just goes to show how human. I keep saying this about like Warlord. Like they're not perfect. No one is perfect. But they are human and they are war gamers first, and they are very like in touch with the community. And I think this is just a really, really, really good example of just showing like how down to earth they are, how in touch with the community they are, and just how cool they are, how awesome they are. Yeah. I swear to God, Fun Jacob, I'm gonna time you out if you keep spamming chat. I don't care you're on headset. Cosmic, knowing I came up with the phrase Buster Rift because I bought the Rift Buster Mega Bundle makes me happy that you're happy. Dude, Buster Rift, all credit goes to Conflict. 100%. Yeah. All credit goes to Cosmic. Yeah. Buster Rift. It's such a silly saying, and yet it's so perfect. Yeah. Yeah, the Green Vault sees all and smiles from the faithful. Yes! The Green Vault. Yes. There you are. Warner's legit. They keep giving me freebie sprues with each purchase I get. As well, I'm slowly building a bot action German army because of them. I'm slowly building up a Napoleonics black powder army because of them. But I got actually a sprue of Americans the other day, and that was really, really good. Yeah, I really appreciated that. But yeah, it's just so fucking cool, man. I'm proper chuffed. It goes like these are my Conflict 47 dog tags as well. So I got these on the open day, but everyone got some of these. Who went? So they're the Conflict 47 dog tags, and it says Conflict 47 on one. And then on the other, it says, "This is not war. This is the end." Yeah, so that's kind of cool. So I'm amassing a bit of K47 merch now, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But like that's special. That is fucking hell. That's yeah. And then hopefully I get. I'd love to get the art print of from Festung Europa as well, and I can put that like here, you know, start like literally art prints on like on all of them. Slowly but surely. But yeah, I just thought that was like proper hype. That was so yeah, Warlord, thank you. It is my pleasure to have been part of this from the beginning. I cannot wait to be part of this for many years to come. And thank you so much for a really like proper special heart-touching gift, man. I can't stop looking at it. I either look at it directly or I look at it in the on OBS. Yeah, but yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. All right. Oh, I'm going to get gooey. I'm going to get fucking emotional if I'm not careful. There we are. So yeah, you should ask them to make displays. It's a good idea. Displays are kind of cool. And as more art comes out, I mean, all of the character art that's coming out would be really good for it. I mean, almost perfect. I mean, this one and the other ones that are coming out of Festung Europa, and I'm sure others to come, would be perfect displays. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. All right, we got a few bits of support coming in here. Let's have a look. Cosmic, my boy. Hobby update and stream discussion. Buster Rift. All right, let's have a look. Well, it's official. I have sprayed all of the gravel base with sealant. Behold the full collaboration of my army. Within 1 week, over 1,500 points of kit bash axis, mostly made from the wonderful kits of Wargames Atlantic and whatever I had lying around. And some putty that should show you what you should be talking about. Not 40k, not 40k, not the depressing SPW, but how great K47 is. And 2, fight the beef. I'm making a chicken dinner, for I'm a winner, and winners get chicken dinner. Hey, Cosmic, they've come out great, man. They've come out really, really good. And I want to say props on you for trying out a new basing technique as well. Like, I know it can sometimes be a bit scary or unsettling going for, I love that, man. That looks tasty as fuck. Going for like a different hobby technique, but I think you've absolutely smashed it there, man. The blades of Bohemia, they are ready to stride forth once more. Stride forth for the first time. All of the Soviet scourge will be cleansed from their land. There you are. That looks cool, man. And yeah, the dinner does look delicious, doesn't it? You can't go wrong with a giant fuck-off bowl of like pasta and chicken. Yeah. I will admit I am extremely partial, especially if I've been like, working out. I'm just like, just give me the pasta and chicken in like infinite quantities. Cosmic, you are right. There's in the super chat here. Cosmic, I love that I came with Buster Rift, not Varak. Cosmic, you came up with Buster Rift. That is now beyond that is provable. We know it. No matter. Do you want to know, man? The fact that Valrak's trying to steal it goes to show how good it is. Because he wants it for his channel and be like, "Oh, I'm the big man with the big sayings." And Cosmic, you came up with Buster Rift, not I, not Valrak. You did. I'm just merely the ambassador. I'm like the prior. You are the Ori. You are the Stargate Ori, and I am the prior. And I merely go around saying the good word. I came up with it, and it's for the channel and this channel's community. The people's Cosmic. That's it, Cosmic. You know, it's got to be done. For Cosmic is a man of the people. There's only one song that can be accepted. The people's Cosmic. The people's saying. The people's rift. Also, Warlord's allowed to use it. The people's glory. There you are. There you are, man. I love it. You can't see, but absolutely. We believe you, man. Don't worry. We believe you. There you are. Wait, was that song even playing then? It was, wasn't it? It was, yeah. There you go. There you go. What is it in Russian? See, I wouldn't even know how to say it, but I can try. Let's hear what Buster Rift sounds like in German.
Разрушить разрыв.
Yeah, I'm not getting that one. 1 minute.
Разрушить разрыв.
Разушит разуф.
Разрушить разрыв.
Razушит razuf. Close enough. There we go.
Разрушить разрыв.
Razушит razuf. I don't know what that means. But according to Google Translate, that is Buster Rift. Razушит razuf. Anyone who speaks Russian or knows how to speak Russian, please confirm what I am saying. All right. What have we got next? Zetro! You did fun, Jacob. Don't worry. Zetro, thank you for super chat, man. You seen the upcoming TAP paint sets? Check your discussion. Oh, yes. Not the new ones, though. Look at this. Well. What have I found that is not released yet? Nice. That's great, man. That's really cool. World War II British 8th Army. Nice. See, I just use speed paints, but I reckon these will be better. That's cool, man. That's really, really cool. 20 Fanatic War Paint. Or War Paint Fanatics. War Paints Fanatic, I should say. That's just 10. That's because the khaki's going to do a lot of heavy lifting. And in this one, you've got to cover a lot of different kinds of uniform. This is like the whole of Soviet Union. So that's a bigger paint set. That's more specialist one. Yeah. Russian Buster Rift should be a new channel alert. we do need some conflict channel alerts at some point. Yeah. There we go. That's cool, man. Definitely keep an eye on those for sure. Yeah. All right. You scurvy bastards. You scurvy dogs. We've got more potential beef. But this is only a little beef. I got a little update for you. You know, this is only a little one. You know how GW is charging £180 to go to one of their tournaments? They've corrected it. So, Games Workshop have stealthily changed the UK Games Expo page for their event to say it includes the main ticket. It now adds a £0 3-day adult ticket when you buy the tournament ticket. So it's no longer 180. It's now back to £125. So your tournament ticket, if it's not even really that. It's actually like, because it's normally like £54 for the Games Expo. So it's now like, what's that, like 60, 70? It'll be 71 pounds. So GW is now charging £71 for their event, which include, and then on top of that, it's £54 for the Games Expo ticket, but that's all included under their £125 ticket, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to say it, like, that's good. That is good. It's still like £71 is still like somewhat expensive for a tournament ticket, but not that much. I mean, I paid 60 quid the last tournament I went to, and it wasn't run by GW, and it wasn't a UK GE. So they did fix it. But once again, send me to the black ships. Because the scuttlebutt on the street, the word on the street is GW hadn't checked with UKGE that about the entry to the venue. There was an assumption that it would be included. And so that is exactly what I said. I said this is not malice. I said this is incompetence. I said GW, I was like, this is the first event that the event team has done since Warhammer Fest 2023, and I said they've just fucked it up. It's just a fuck up. That's all it is. Yeah. So, on the one hand, I am very glad, and GW gets props. I am very glad that they have changed it now. On the other hand, it's still a little bit of a fuck up. The big question now, though, is will Games Workshop update everyone? Because if you're someone who's bought one of their tickets and then bought a ticket for the UKGE, and GW doesn't tell you didn't need that other ticket, you're going to be really fucked off if you spent 54 quid you didn't need to. So I do think they need to put out something on Warhammer Community, or send an email out to everyone who's already bought a ticket to check so they can get a refund from UKGE. Yeah. So they need to communicate that. They can't just like shadow change it and then be like, well, it's not our fucking fault if you bought the £54 ticket. I want to see how many more tickets they've sold now. Uh, 40k grand tournament ages. Fuck off 1 minute. Why are you being a bastard? There we go. So they have sold. They had sold 80 tickets. They've now sold 80. I think that was the same as last time actually. Actually, I can check it. I can check it actually. I can see what was how many were present in the video when I made it. Okay. One minute. Okay. They've sold 5 more tickets since last time. So it's still pretty small, but they have sold 5 more. On the AOS front, things are looking up. They've now sold 10 tickets, which is like technically a 25% increase over how many they had sold previously. So there you go. It's all coming up, Sigma. on a serious note, it's blowing up. It's no longer a round robin. It's no longer a round robin. There is one person there who you won't play. Everyone else you'll play, but everyone it will not play at least one person. It's blowing up, boys. It's out of control. It's still not ideal. But I wonder if once the news gets out that it includes the venue now, if it'll pick up. I hope it does. I hope everyone here has a great time. I do. I hope everyone has a great time. But no, it is, being a little smarmy and a bit facetious aside, it is always important to give GW the credit where credit is due. And I do think that they've done the right thing here. I mean, I suspect they've had to do it because they've had some poor ticket sales. But I do think that GW, I think they'll need to communicate it. They do need to communicate it, because right now the only news out there about it is GW is charging £180 for a ticket, and what they need to do is basically put counter comms out to that to show that they've now corrected it. It wasn't that way before, but they have now corrected it. I wonder if GW has. I wonder what the negotiations with UKGE look like, because it could have just been a mistake. It could have been like they didn't check with UKGE. I wonder if that's the case. I wonder if now GW is basically eating it on that ticket. Like they were going to make 120. They were going to take £125 from that ticket, but now 54 of that goes to UKGE, and GW is only getting £71 per ticket. I do wonder if that's like they've had to basically go to UKGE and be like, how can we fix this? And UKGE is like, well, you could give us the £54 from your ridiculous ticket price. Yeah. Yeah. So I wonder how it's been done. The Canorian, genuine question: on what basis do you say they are poor ticket sales? Do these events normally sell out day week one? Most big tournaments sell out quite quickly or sell hundreds of tickets. What tends to happen is a lot of TOs, okay, with like UKTC, you tend to find that TOs do have like a maximum capacity, but they'll always find a bit more room if they sell a few more tickets, kind of thing. The other thing, so there's not, like for example, London Grand Tournament has never sold out tickets. It's just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's got to the point where it's like if you, they just keep finding bigger and bigger venues for it. Yeah. The big thing I judged that tournament though, if I can just check here 1 second. Or I'll check what date it's on. That tournament. See, I think the big problem with this event, personally, is that it's the last event of 10th. It's so strange. Why wouldn't, unless 11th edition is coming much sooner than we expect. Maybe it's coming not in June, but it's coming earlier. But I think it's guaranteed. I think it's almost been confirmed it's coming in June. Why wouldn't you just do the? I mean, I suppose it's UKGE. It's when UK Games Expo is doing their thing. But you'd think Warhammer / Games Workshop would have a word with fucking UK Games Expo and be like, "Hey, got a really big fucking thing coming up here. Do you want to see if we can work something out on the dates?" But maybe that's completely unfeasible and unrealistic. Yeah. But the thing is, the main reason to go, if you're a Warhammer fan, the main reason to go to UK Games Expo is not to go to the Grand Tournament of 10th edition. Who gives a fuck about that? Like, we're looking for 11th edition now. The main reason to go is that 11th edition is apparently going to be previewed at it. Like, you'll be able to play your first games for 11th edition, which is super, super cool and amazing. And one of the reasons I actually want to go. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, what, like, here's, like, especially after the last balanced data slate, what is the point in going to the UK GE Warhammer 40k Grand Tournament? There is no reason. You are literally putting reps into a dead game. Not 40k as a whole being dead, but 10th edition being dead. Because 10th edition is, like, it might sound kind of controversial, but 10th edition is basically... 10th edition is basically, like, a dead game now. Like, the last update was... If the last update had been banging, 10th edition would have literally been would have been super alive all the way through to the end. But with the last update, basically tanked the edition. Like, everyone's like, fuck this, there's no point in playing it. Yeah. Does the boys, what if you just want one more spin with your tension army before everything changes? Then go to a local RTT. But doesn't bolos, the vast majority of people do not play an old edition when the new edition's coming around. Like, that's true for board games, it's true for tabletop games, it's true for video games. Like, most people realize that there's like a subconscious thing where they're like, there's no point in me putting reps into this dead game. It's like, you know, when 10th edition goes away, it's like the equivalent of a video game shutting the servers down for that game. Like, that's basically, like, if you know that the servers are going to basically be shut down for 10th edition, why would you keep playing it? Yeah. To be honest, I reckon they'll sell most, if not all, the tickets for 40k. ARS I can't speak to. I think they might sell all the 40k tickets now. I think there's still a chance. Well, maybe not all, but I think they'll sell. Okay, I think they'll sell more because now the price has been brought down and you get access to the venue. Because here's the thing: if you get absolutely butt fucked on the first 2 days, at least you've still got the third day to go around the game center. So now that it includes the expo ticket, it's fine. Like, most people who are going to play on that third day, the only reason they're going to play is because they're going to be in contention for a golden ticket. If you're someone, and I say this to anyone who's planning on attending this event, if you go and you lose one game on the first 2 days, don't go to the third day. Go and enjoy the con. Yeah, go and enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. Orchestration. If I'm going to be honest, I feel like your POV may be a little biased on it being dead. I'm only just getting into it. There seems to be a lot of people about who are enjoying it. I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, it's dead as in it's probably not going to be... Dead game does sound quite harsh, I do admit. It's a bit of a funny one. So there are always new people getting into 40k, and there are always people who will enjoy 40k. I mean, at the end of the day, the game has... Sorry, I was just fucking around with something. The game, if you heard that ding, that was just me fucking around. The game has a certain level of momentum, which can never be denied. But it's definitely going to be... The vast majority, put it this way, the vast majority of people involved in 40k will be looking to 11th edition rather than caring about 10th edition. That is probably a more nuanced way of putting it. But it's just simpler and easier to say, well, 10th edition is basically a dead game now. Let's all look forward to 11th. Yeah. It's like, you know, at the end of... at the end of 9th, yeah, if you're in the last couple of months of 9th edition, you'd just be like, oh, yeah, it's basically dead. Everyone's looking forward to 10th now. Yeah. So it's more of a relative deadness than it's like actually dead. Yeah. It's a better way of putting it. But it's just easier to be like, oh yeah, it's a dead game. It's like a turn of phrase. It's a shortening of the argument. Yeah. Raw Magus, it's not dead. It's competitive. We'll take a hit for a while until 11th is out. I mean, I mean, guys, fuck's sake. You're always going to have people who are playing games of 40k, obviously. Like, yeah, it's not like you're going to go down to the local club and no one's playing 40k. Maybe there'll be less people playing 40k. Maybe there'll be like the same amount of people playing 40k. Okay, like obviously, but the point is that 10th edition is over. Now, there's still people that will be playing it out because they go down and they play with their friends and all that kind of stuff. Like, of course, but like I said, we're talking about like a relative deadness. Like, you know, you could have people that are like, well, no, I still, you know, Command and Conquer 1 is a dead game, but people still play it every day. There you go. Right? Like, just because it's a dead game doesn't mean no one's playing it. What it means is like, it's like not the hot shit anymore. We're moving on to something else. This is the like fucking new thing. This is where all the focus is going to be. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, like Red Alert 3 is a dead game, but people still play it. Yeah. It's just, like I said, it's just a quicker throwaway saying to be able to be like, yeah, 10th is just basically dead now. We're all looking forward to 11th. There you go. Yeah. Also dead from the lens that GW won't update it again. That's a great point as well, Macon. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, no, that's actually a great point. It's a dead game because GW will no longer update it. You can still play it, but it will no longer be updated. Yeah. And when 11th comes out, 99% of people are going to move on to it. And 11th is going to be out very soon. Yeah. Kelt, it seems that it's a deflated ending. No wow moment and no wow, that was ace. We'll miss 10th. That's a great point. Who the fuck is going to miss 10th? Because if 11th edition is more of 10th but better, then everyone who liked 10th is going to wank off 11th. And if 11th edition is more of 10th and people who don't like 10th are going to leave it behind. Yeah. Yeah. Dead from the sense of it's now over and frozen time. Exactly. Yeah. It's not dead as in no one's playing it, but it's dead as in it's basically done. If you don't want me to use the term dead game, I'll happily use the term completed game. It's been completed. It's over. Yeah. Actually, Garrett, I don't think 11th will be out for 6 months. 11th is going to be previewed at Adepticon, and then it will release in June. So it's 3 months away. Yeah, it's going to be, I think, the 26th of June, between the 26th and 29th. That's basically confirmed. So, yeah. Misplaced Squid, don't tempt it. It could just be terrible. I mean, it could be fucking terrible. It'd have to be a special kind of fucking terrible to be worse than the end of 10th. Yeah, I think the big takeaway is that 10th is just fucking... 10th has gone out with a whimper. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think of the fact they basically previewed the new war boss? I mean, we should take a look, right? That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. Astro Baby, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hey, what's your view of the Devil Dog loadout? That's the one with the melter cannon, right? I think on Grizzled Company, it's good because you actually have the orders. Like if you've got like 2 tank commanders and then like 3 Leman Russes, and you're like, damn, I've got like 1 order left over. What can I spend this on? And you've got the points for a Devil Dog, you should take the Devil Dog. Yeah, like 2 Rogue or Dawn commanders, 3 Vanquishers and Devil Dog actually is pretty legit. Yeah. So, bit of an update here. So we had a leak last week on Friday, which prompted GW to basically get ahead of the news, as it were. And they ended up showing off the full war boss, which is kind of cool. Yeah, like no real complaints. I think that some people think he's got a bit of a skinny arm. I think it's more he's got a really big body. But overall, I think it's a pretty decent model. Now, GW said in this article that we'd have to come back on Monday. I have to say, this article was really, really good. Today's article was shite. Fuck's sake, Games Workshop. Sneak peek, new orc bits sighted. Remember Friday when we got a look at the new orc war boss? Back then we promised more orc goodness for you this week, and we meant it. So it's time to power up your bionic eyes, take a good look, and try work out what they're about. One deeply concerned grot. Snip snip, huge power claw. And custom orc cannon. So, I think I honestly think they should have shown off another model here. I don't think they should have shown off bits. In my understanding is this is probably going to be a mech dread. Because that was in the leaks, wasn't it? If we go to YouTube and we go to Valrak and we go to down a little bit when he was doing some like reveals and shit. Where did he put it? Why are you a bastard, Valrak? 1 minute. Where is the fucking... I can't even see it. Maybe it's gone further. Maybe it's further back than I thought. Oh, man, here we go.
It's Monday, brothers.
Fuck off! Right, 1 minute. I'm going to have to use all specs. God damn it. Right. All specs tactics. There we go. Where's the all specs video? Talking about the new 11th edition stuff. Anyway, if I can't find it... Oh, here we go.
So let's take a look at the possible...
Right. So... Big shout out to Auspex. Good lad. Always saving the day. So Auspex basically covered what Valrak had said, but I couldn't find the Valrak video. And apparently there's going to be a new mech. So if you look at that, apparently there's going to be like a new mech. Mech using a big Daka on a walker. So I think that that's the thing that's been shown off by Games Workshop. I think you've got like a grot oiler here. You see he's got like some like little tools on him and stuff. So I mean, he looks like a grot that would support a mech. Big fucking power claw, big Daka gun, custom orc cannon. Why would it be custom? Why would it be custom? Oh, who gets custom Mega Blasters? Who gets custom weapons? Mechs do. That's where all of the that's the whole thing with the mechs. They get the custom weapons. So the fact they've said custom orc cannon here, and then we've got a grot oiler looking bastard over here, that to me makes me think that this is what we'll get. This is it. Yeah. So I think it's going to be mech. It's going to be a dread mech or a mech dread. Yeah. So that's kind of cool. I think the article from GW is a bit vague, though. I think they should have just showed it off. I think they should have just been like, and hey, look, here's the new dread or something. But it's fine. That grot is mounted on the gun. Yeah, that could be true. Yeah. So yeah, kind of cool seeing new stuff. I was hoping for a little bit more, but it's all right. It's a little something's better than a little nothing, you know. What about Wazdaka? I can't even remember who Wazdaka is, man. People have been saying it could be Wazdaka. Oh, is that like the guy on the bike? The Cult of Speed guy? Does he have a power claw? Well, he doesn't have a... Does he have a power claw? No. I'm looking at him now, right? I've literally just searched Wazdaka. He doesn't have a power claw. And he doesn't have a grot. So I'm not convinced it's Wazdaka, personally. Yeah. He's never had a model. Maybe he's... Okay, fair. Maybe he's had an upgrade then. But there's no artwork with that. But obviously, orc artwork can change. Well, you know, orcs can change, but, you know, outside their artwork, because they're always getting, like, upgraded and stuff, yeah. If it could be Wazdaka. It could be. It could be Calgar in Mega Armor. Yeah. So but no, it could be Wazdaka. I'm currently of the thinking it's going to be the mech because of that custom orc cannon and because of how that grot was. But, you know, the grot, I mean, he is wearing goggles. Could those be like wind goggles or are they welding goggles? It could be Wazdaka. I wouldn't be, I think both are plausible. Yeah. They should have revealed the model, man. Yeah. Like, I don't like that they've done this. I think they should have, like, GW should have just been like, oh, well, you know why? Oh, but you know why they've not done, don't you? Take one guess why they haven't revealed the model. I figured it out. .3D printers. That's it. Printer pirates. Yeah. If they reveal it now, so people have all. By the way, it is now entirely possible for you to buy the new Defiler, even though it's not available from GW yet. People have already got 3D prints of it. They're already selling it. Yeah. Like, same with the mutilators, same with all of it. So, GW doesn't want to reveal the model yet, because if they do, it'll get printed. People are already printing the new boss. Remember, piracy is a service issue, though. So don't feel too bad for GW. This is a problem of their own making, and it would be very, very easy for them to put the pirate printers to flight. But yeah. So yeah, like that's why they've not, like that's why they're not doing it, because if they reveal the full model, people will 3D print it. Yeah. You're going to start seeing watermarks all over their stuff. Siriade, it's a very interesting proposition. If GW starts putting watermarks everywhere, though, it is a slight admission of the problem, isn't it? Which I'm not sure Games Workshop wants to admit. And remember, there's only... You can watermark it, you can DRM it, you can do everything, right? You know, we've been here with video games. But I agree. I absolutely believe GW will go through all of the same attempts to control it that video games companies did, until they realize that you just have to have a good service and a good product. Yeah. And then that's the route they'll go to. We saw it with all the DRM and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Piracy is a service issue. You cannot fix piracy with tighter controls. You can only fix piracy by providing a better service than the pirates. Yeah. It's that simple. People would much rather buy plastic models than 3D print them on the whole. Because 3D printing is a hobby in of itself. And buying, as you've seen with Trench Crusade, buying 3D printed models can be a bit iffy. You know, like resin traps and stuff, right? So people would much rather have plastic models. So all GW needs to do to beat the pirates is to make their plastic models, you know, to solve the service issue. That's it. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Ratherton Cup, you scum. Scum! And what's the beef? Is it that Joshi 40k is mid and his Dawns are mid and that Timmy is the best at everything 40k? No, man. There's no beef with Joshi, bro. Joshi, look. At the end of the day, Joshi 40k just covers really like meta guard stuff. If I was to have only any beef with Joshi 40k, it would simply be like, bro. Like, there's nothing new to talk about. But no, respect to him. He's been covering some great guard stuff recently, and I do think he's been doing good stuff. So yeah, no real beef. No real beef at all. Yeah, I think Joshi, you know, I support all of my fellow guard content creators, as is only correct in the Brotherhood of the Emperor's True Finest. There you are. All right. What have we got here? Oh, we've only really... Oh, we've got two more bits. We got one little bit. We got one little bit. And then we got one big bit. So, we'll do the little bit first. It's only a small bit. But apparently there's been another fuck up. This is only a little one. So, apparently, Games Workshop has fucked up the Winged Tyrannid Prime datasheet. I'm only going to mention the passing because I think this is just a bug. Lol. Pun intended. So, they have removed... in the app, they have... This is not reflected on the balanced data slate. In the app, they've removed the ability for the Wing Prime to give warriors sustained hits. So it's not but it's only in the app. It wasn't covered in the balanced data slate. So if you are someone, so the only thing that it does is basically, 1 minute, I'm just checking here. So yeah, the only thing that it really affects is people who rely on the app for their information. So congratulations, if you pay $6.99 a month for your Warhammer Plus subscription just to use the app, you are getting a worse service than if you just used New Recruit for free. Yeah. There you are. But there's no real beef there. It's just a little tidbit. Shall we get some hype going? Element Edition leaked status will be removed. I've got some hype for you. It's the last topic I've got to talk about today, actually. And then we're but this is a big one. In many ways, I think I've saved the best till last. Now, this could be a controversial one, though, because I think it's hype, but other people don't. I don't mean to alarm you. I have possibly got, some 40k hype. This very rarely happens. So it's a rare occasion. But we've had 2 bits of 40k hype. Because the Orc War Boss was kind of hype. And now this looks kind of hype. And Cathay was kind of hype. So this could be 3 bits of Games Workshop hype in like a week. It's pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie, like I wasn't expecting it. But but I'm saying it's controversial because I think this looks quite good, but some people think it looks quite shit. So you will have to decide on what you think. Okay. In fact, we're going to get a poll running now, and people can vote in the poll as we're talking about the topic. Okay. It's just going to be 2 options, because if you give people a middle ground, they'll just pick the middle option. So, no, you guys have got to fucking commit. All right. So, Games Workshop has revealed some new combat patrols and battalions. And overall, I think these are price depending, of course. All right. Quite good. Half decent. So the first one we've got is the Iron Warriors Combat Patrol. This contains 10 Legionaries, 5 Terminators, 5 Havocs, and a Warpsmith. Now, clearly there's been some kind of mistake here. Clearly. Because there's no Beastman in this Combat Patrol. And we all know that that's the unit you buy your Combat Patrol for. But on a serious note, I thought it was quite good. I'll tell you why. There are no filler units in this box. There's nothing bad in this box. Everything here is perfectly usable for Chaos Space Marines. Is it massively meta? No. Is it decent? Is it okay? Could you buy these models and use every single one of them in your army? To me, this is all killer, no filler. It's got Terminators in it. Like, just look at it from like a vibes point of view. Okay? Look at it from a vibes point of view. You can actually use this to start collecting an Iron Warriors army. Like, if you get into Chaos Space Marines as like a new player, what do you want? You want motherfucking Chaos Space Marines. You want Legionaries. You want big fuck off Terminators. You want Havocs. And if you collected Iron Warriors, then a Warpsmith is totally okay. Could you buy one or more of these boxes to get a good foundation on an Iron Warriors themed army? Yes. 100%. Remember, this isn't a battalion. This isn't a Christmas box set or anything like this. This is a combat patrol. It is basically a start collecting. Like, for me, like, there's no Rhino here. There's no Beastman here. I mean, compare this combat patrol to the Red Corsairs one. Which one is better? This one by 1,000%. Which one? This one is better than the Night Lords one. Like, Ren Evil, if you think the Red Corsairs one is better, then you need to check yourself into a mental institution and insist that they never let you out. Because the Red Corsairs one is fucking dog shit. There is, if you can like Red Corsairs, there is no reason to buy the Red Corsairs one. The only saving you get is the Beastman. If you buy everything separate, you spend no more money than if you bought the combat patrol with the Beastman. So well done, you're getting 10 Beastmen for free. But really, you don't want them because they're fucking terrible. Red Corsairs, cool. Red Corsairs, combat patrol, terrible. There you are. So, the combat patrol Iron Warriors, for me, it just feels like, it just feels right. It just passes the vibe check. I'm someone who's looking down at that combat patrol and going, I like it. Yeah, if you like Red Corsairs, you can buy this combat patrol and paint it red. Great point. Great point, Ashley. Yeah. If you like Red Corsairs, you should buy this combat patrol. So I like this. And in terms of savings, by the way, there's about £149 worth of models in here. But obviously the Warpsmith takes up about £27 or so. 20-ish pounds. But the point is that even if the Warpsmith wasn't included, you'd still get a saving on everything else that's in here. That's why it's better than the Red Corsairs one. The Red Corsairs one, it's like, there's literally no point in getting it if you don't want the Beastman. Like, nothing. But this one, it's like, even if you don't want the Warp, even if you didn't want, like, the Warpsmith, you still save, because it's about £105. Take the Warpsmith, it's about £122 worth of models. So you still save £17. Obviously, you could then get it for 20% off from like a third-party retailer. But you're still saving £17 on just buying these items separately, and then you get the Warpsmith on top for free. So like, it's genuinely a good book. It's genuinely a good box, I should say. And if you don't like, I think the Warpsmith is cool, by the way. I think if you're going Iron Warriors, you should be going Warpsmith. And like, let's be honest, like, we need to be judging these boxes based on like vibes. Like, here's the thing. We need to be judging boxes based on vibes because we need to bring vibes back to 40k. So I look at this and see an Iron Warriors box set. Great. And remember, even if you don't like the Warpsmith, just convert him into something else. Take the wiggly tentacles off, and you've basically got a normal Chaos Lord. Stick him on the right size base, you've got a normal Chaos Lord. Right? So I give this box set 2 thumbs up. I think it's great. I give it 2 thumbs up, but I am going to give it a fly in the ointment because it will be FOMO. The only problem with this box set is that it's FOMO. GW, this is a great example of a time when you really shouldn't be making a box set FOMO. This should be permanently on sale. This should be a permanent thing that people can buy because this is like the go-to start for like, so this is such a good foundational box set that people would buy this for years to come. Yeah. But it's FOMO, so it's a shame that this is not going to be around for a long time. Next box set. Now, this is Eye of Terror Battalion. It's not a combat patrol. Battalion, Sons of Dawn. Now, this comes with 2 Repulsor Executioners, which are £71.50 or something each, and a Ballistus Dreadnought and a Redemptor. So I believe this is almost like £290 worth of models. It's a big box. This box set will be very, very price dependent. Very price dependent. Because, because you get, also it has an upgrade sprue for the Black Templars in there as well. That's what I want to say. The last battalions that were sold by GW were for the Maelstrom. Each one of those battalions was sold for £160. Now, I find it very, very, very unlikely that you will get a £130 discount on this box. But that was the go-to price of the previous battalions. Some of you will be poo-pooing this box. But if GW puts this out there at 160, it's an absolute fucking auto buy. Like, you will never get these models cheaper ever again. Now, again, I don't think they're going to. I don't think there's any way in hell that they would sell it for that little. But if they did, you should get it. Now, bear in mind, like I said, it's about £290. It's £71.50, I think, for each Repulsor Executioner. So that comes to £145. And then the Redemptor is 50 quid. So that's 195. So sorry, it's £230 box set. It's a £230 box set. So you might save 90 quid. That's actually, let me check this. I worked this. Oh no. But then you've got I worked this out earlier. Let me just find it. I did all the maths on this earlier. 1 minute. So I can tell you. It was £260 because of it's 240, but then the Black Templar upgrade sprue is 20 quid on top of that. So it could be a £100 saving. It could be a £100 saving. Now, some of you might think that's unlikely. But bear in mind, that would only be you getting one of the repulsors and the upgrade sprue for free. When you put it like that, it's not out of the realms of possibility. It's not out of the realms. Like a repulsor and an upgrade sprue? Maybe. I think it'll be a 180. I think it'll be 180. I think you'll get basically. I think you'll get one of the repulsors free, roughly. Yeah. But I think it'll be 180, roughly. But this box set is now looking at the actual contents. I actually do like the contents because remember the Repulsor Executioner can be built as either the regular Repulsor or the Executioner variant. So you do get, and if you magnetize it, you could get each variant. So that's like, plus you've got the 2 Dreadnoughts. So you could easily get like 6 units out of this box. You can't use all 6 at the time, but you easily get 6 units out of this box. That's kind of cool. Repulsor Executions have actually been pretty meta recently as well. They've been doing some good work. And the Ballistus and the Redemptor Dreadnought have literally never not been okay. They've always been solid. So yeah, I think overall, I think this is a good box set, price willing. If it's between 160 or 180, I think it's literally an S tier box set, just for cost savings. And it's great if you are. It's quite good if you're a new Space Marine player. I mean, if you think about it, like if you're a new Space Marine player and you buy this box, all of your armor for your army is like sorted. You're not going to need any more vehicles than this. At that point, you can just head on over to fucking eBay and hoover up a bunch of secondhand intercessors for pennies when the new ones come out. Yeah. So I think this has potential to be this is a really good box set because you could buy this and then bulk it out with regular Marine infantry and you're rocking and cocking. Yeah. You can't build a regular repulsor out of it, sadly. I thought you could. I thought it came with both. Repulsor chassis is a separate kit. Oh, fair enough. I thought you could. Well, it's still pretty good. To be honest, I do prefer the Executioner of the regular repulsor. I like the big cannon. Yeah. But yeah, that's fair enough. Good catch, chat. I don't mind ever being corrected on that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like this, and then you could buy. I mean, what's the current Space Marine Combat Patrol? I feel like the current Space Marine Combat Patrol is quite bad. Maybe you buy a Space Wolf Combat Patrol. That looks all right. Yeah, I wouldn't buy the Space Marine Combat Patrol. That's a bit shit. Maybe the Dark Angel one, though? Or the Blood Angel one? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, if it was me, maybe I'd buy that Sons of Dawn box and then get myself 2 Dark Angel Combat Patrols. Just for a night. That wouldn't be a meta army, but you would have a really nicely rounded. Well, or maybe one of each of these, actually. Definitely not that one, though. That's dog shit. What about the Black Templars one? You get 10 Sword Brothers. If you get 10 Sword Brothers, that's quite interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? Or is it 8? What the fuck do you even get? Or is it Blade Guard Veterans? Like, what the fuck is even in this, man? 3 Blade Guard Veterans, 5 Sword Brothers, and 10 Crusaders. Okay, like, I would actually buy one of this and one of this, maybe. Or I'd buy one of this and one of this. Depends on how much. It depends on how many basic intercessors you wanted. Some people will say the basic intercessor is a bit of a waste, so you might not want that. But I like the idea of this and this because then you get 6 Blade Guard. You'd get 6 Blade Guard, 5 Sword Brothers, 5 Hellblasters, 10 Intercessors, 10 Crusaders, and then you'd get a couple of characters. Or I quite like buying this one, but I'd want another box of Blade Guard on top of it. But yeah, I quite like buying this one and this one, because then you'd get 10 choppy intercessors, 10 regular intercessors, 5 shooty dudes, 6 Sangard, is it? Or 5 Sangard and a captain. Yeah, but you could easily... Well, the point is, you could buy a few Space Marine Combat Patrols and you'd be looking pretty tasty. So yeah, I actually think this is a half decent box. You buy this and a couple of you buy this, 2 Space Marine Combat Patrols of your choice. I reckon you've got a good army. Not a meta army, but a nice foundation. Next we have the AdMech. Now this is a bit of a weird one. It looks kind of weird and shit. For me, what's kind of throwing me off is that this is a battalion and this is a battalion. Now, you know how before I said if this is 160 because it's following normal battalion, the previous battalion pricing, that would be a really good deal. If they follow the previous battalion pricing on this one, it will be terrible because you'd be paying more for it. Because these are like 50 quid each. Again, I worked out the pricing of this. So the AdMech battalion is worth £145 exactly. So if they released this as a battalion, it would be £15 more expensive than buying things separately, which they can't, right? That would be so ridiculous. So, but then it does say includes 3 full vehicle transfer sheets. Well, like that's a selling point. Like, if I bought the, what is GW's obsession with like saying, ooh, look at all the transfers? You don't need 3 transfer sheets. 1 will do all 3 vehicles. This one has to be £105. I agree with Canorian. This one has to be, you're buying this and this, and you're getting the cheapest one free. It has to be. If it's anything more than 105 quid, it's basically... It's just not a big enough selling point. Yeah. It needs to be you're getting the little bugger for free, basically. Imperial Knights Battalion. So this one comes in at, if you buy everything separately, £178. So this one I think could go either way. They might do this one at 120 and you get the War Dogs for free. They might do this one at £168, is it? So they might do this one at like 140, 178. I reckon you'll get one of the armigers for free. So whatever a Valiant is plus a War Dog, round it up, because I think a Valiant is 118. War Dogs are 50. So basically, if we go 120 plus 25, I think there'll be 145 when you get 1 War Dog for free. That's what they'll do. The Knight on his own is 118 in the UK. So he's not. So they're not going to sell this. They're not going to sell this for 105 quid, and you get savings on the big Knight and the little Knights. There's no way. So I think they'll do 120, or they'll do like 140. That's what I think it'll be. As the contents of this box, it's fine. I don't think, the thing is, I don't think this will, I do not think a lot of people will buy into this because the The big knights are considered to be a bit shit. I think the big guy... I think ironically, if GW took 3 boxes of War Dogs, bundled them together, and sold it for £105, and it would have done better than this. Because the big knight, the big knights are really, 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 really cool. Like really, really cool. But knights are fundamentally like an army that people basically play for competitive reasons because they're just a gatekeeper army. And I think because of that, it might not be a big enough selling point. And it's the worst one of the 3. I think that's a good point. Well, I don't know. That one could be pretty bad. So yeah, overall, but all of these boxes will have discounts. Let us not look a gift horse in the mouth. One way or another, all of these boxes will include discounts. I think the first 2 are really good. I have 0 complaints about the first 2, apart from that they're FOMO. The second one is like, if I get this bozo for free, it's 2 thumbs up. If it's anything less than that, probably not worth it. Well, you say that. But again, there's no there's no bullshit character in here. You could buy 2 of these. I give this one a 7 out of 10, price depending, simply because, hey, if you're an AdMech player who wants to add armor, this will be a discounted way of doing that. This one, like a 5. Maybe a 5 out of 10. This one, like a 6 out of 10. This one, very price depending. If it's 160, 10 out of 10. This one I'll give a solid 9 out of 10. Yeah, I think it's good, but you probably buy 2 of them and then that's it. Yeah. But overall, there's nothing really bad about... Here's the thing. Some of them are better than others, but there's nothing really bad about any of them. But if you compare these to the fucking Red Corsairs one and the Eldar one and the Night Lords one and all that kind of stuff, these are a step up from those ones, in my opinion. These are a step up. These are a step in the right direction. It's only a small step. But guys, when you think about it, there's been a lot of reasons to be a little hopeful. Like, we've seen the Orc War Boss. He was kind of cool. We've seen these Combat Patrols. These are kind of cool. Like, we've seen GW sort Cathay out a little bit. That's kind of cool. I don't mean to alarm you, but, like, we've actually had more good news out of Games Workshop than bad news for the last week. That's, like, I'll take it. I will fucking take it. Like... There's been a long time since I've been able to say that, you know. That's what I would say. Hold on, I nearly fell over. I know, right? The Kanoi, in order of vibes: 1, the Iron Chad Patrol; 2, no legs, legs, and extra legs; 3, Dawn's Metal Boxes; 4, Big Lad and Friends. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. Mad Larkin, Marines 8 out of 10, AdMech 2 out of 10, Knight 6 out of 10, Iron Warriors 5 out of 10, but Vibes and Iron Warriors 9 out of 10. Fair. Yeah, I think the AdMech one for me, it's all going to come down to price. If Combat Patrol Iron Warriors is 105, Sons of Dawn is 160, AdMech is 105, and Knights is like 120. If those are the prices of those boxes, I give all of them a thumbs up. If the Battalion Sons of Dawn is like 200, nope, GG. If the AdMech one is like 150, nope, GG. And if the Imperial Knights Battalion is like 150, no, GG. No, not worth it. Not worth it in any way. But if they're the prices that I said, then I'll be all right with it. Yeah. There we go. All right. I need a quick wee. Yeah. Admech, it will suck if it's 105. 80 would be good. I mean, I don't think you'll get a discount off 2 of the kits they're including. I think you'll get 1 of them for free. I think you'll get the cheapest one for free. Yeah. Right, I need a wee. But gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you again, but all of the hype and all of the beef for today's video has now been covered. So the floor is open. The floor is open to talk about anything and everything. We can talk about Conflict 47, Old World, bot action, all that kind of good stuff. We've got another hour and a half of the stream, so you know what? Just the floor is chat. The floor is yours. But I'm going to go for a wee now and grab another drink. So I'll be back in a moment. All right, here we go. here we are. Ugh. I need a snack. One of the problems I've been having in my streams is I've been powering through rather than just taking a break, and I find that it makes me lowers my mood later on the stream. So I always used to have a midstream snack, and then I got out the habit. Yeah, it probably is low blood sugar. I just get hungry. So we're gonna have a quick snack, and then we'll see what we want to talk about. Maybe that's why I've been so beefy. Not been down my Snickers. Canoria, it's because it's 22. Your ancestor spirits fear you are awake to protect the cave from predators and are making you eat fuel for the fight. That's a good point. From Jacob, I don't know what pictures you wanted, man. I'm not sending you any feet pictures, though. I've nabbed one of Mrs. Mordian's protein flapjacks. I'm expecting it to taste gash, but I'll give it a go. I'm not eating junk food, actually. I'm eating a protein flapjack, and they were... Oh, fucking hell. They were popped, not fried. Only 72 calories. Yeah. One of your Beyblades of Basilisk, Lemurs, and the Chimera, and Mad Larkin's feet. Ah, I can do the feet. I can't bother doing the rest of it. What do you want them for? I mean, I'll send them to you. I'm just curious. It tastes okay. Oh, it tastes quite nice. It's just a flapjack with some bits on it. It's alright. Yankee, do you like the idea of a bombast gun fob and 2 heavy mortar artillery teams in one list? No, that's fine. Yeah, that's alright. It's slightly heavy on the artillery, but not enough to worry about. I had my far healthier midnight snack of soft cheddar cheese and a mountain of hula hoops to dip them in. dipping them. That sounds awful. Dipping crisps into soft cheese. Mental. That sounds good, Duke. Getting you full. Getting your moral thing done. No? What do you think? Figure the bunch. What do you think the Adepticon K47 meta is going to look like? I reckon there'll be a few Shrek Wolfen knocking about, I would say. And Ursus. Probably less Ursus, though. Because no one wants the metal ones. Yeah. But I don't think there's much of a meta in Conflict 47 right now. I think there will be... Let me finish my flapjack and I'll talk a little bit about it. Because it's an interesting topic. Got to wash my protein flapjack down with my vitamin water, which I suspect contains the legal minimum of vitamins to count. Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat. Do you like Marmite? It's awful. I like Marmite in moderation. Marmite can be very tasty, but you have to be careful not to overdo it. Yeah. So, what is the meta of Conflict 47? It's a great question. Because all games have a bit of a meta. Some have a very pronounced meta that in many ways comes to dominate the entire game and all conversations around it, like 40k. Some games have got a well-known meta, but people don't really, or people often choose not to interact with it. A great example of this is Bot Action and Warhammer the Old World. Warhammer the Old World and Bot Action are both games which are phenomenally easy to break, but if you just don't do that, the game becomes a lot more fun. So I think... So the question, of course, turns to what is the meta of Conflict 47. Like in Bot Action, everyone knows multiple launches are quite good. Spamming autocannon like tanks is quite good. In Old World, you've got things like if it's undead, it's probably meta. If it's Cathay, it's probably also meta. So, what is the meta of Conflict 47, or what is the emerging meta? Well, the first thing I want to actually talk about is the concept of meta in Conflict 47. I think it will be quite evolving and ever-changing, even without Warlord. And Warlord are going to be injecting new units and stuff into the game. We've seen things like the Naxxera and stuff. But even without that, I do think the meta of Conflict 47 would change and evolve quite naturally without it, because one of the things I've noticed with the game is you come across something, whether you're looking at it on paper and you want to include it in your list, or you play against it for the first time, that you think seems really broken, and then you play it And maybe the first couple of times it is broken. But as your opponents get used to the units that you're fielding, or as you play against, Totem Core, for example, several times, you come to realize that these units actually do have weaknesses that can be exploited. And so those units start losing their potency. So I think that for example, I think when the Totem Rotter starter army bursts onto the scene, I think that we will enter a Totem meta for a time. But I think people will learn that they are very, very handleable for pretty much every faction in the game. Even the Japanese can handle Totem Core relatively effectively because of the assault frame armor and just how many attacks you can slice and dice. The Japanese aren't good into a lot of things right now, but one of the things they're actually quite reasonable into is Totem Core with assault frame infantry. And obviously Soviets can handle them, no problem with Ursus. And we've also got Axis, which can handle them with their own Shrek Wolf and stuff. So, yeah, Totem Core, they will absolutely be meta-defining, but people will genuinely learn how to handle them. Relative, not quickly, but over the course of several months. I think people would figure out how to handle them fairly. I mean, the majority of the community, the trickle down knowledge will filter through, and people will go, okay, you take this and you can handle them relatively okay. So I think the meta of Conflict 47, it's still quite early to say. I think there will be an element of people. The meta will be knowledge. The meta will that I think is the meta. Knowledge. Just having had an opportunity to play against many units and many armies and figure out what is key to beating them. Like a good example I would use for myself is when I went to my recent Conflict 47 tournament, which I managed to win. And I think the reason I managed to win it is simply because no one had played against Soviets before. Or not many people had played against Soviets before. Because every other faction got their starter army out, but Soviets didn't really get one. So a lot of people defaulted towards armies which had starter armies rather than the Soviets. So it's literally a case of I knew everything that my opponent's armies roughly did. Roughly, I never faced double Hornet before, but I'd faced one Hornet before, right? I never faced a Tesla Sherman before, but no, I knew roughly what it could do, kind of thing. So because but my opponents, none of them had faced, or not many of them had faced Soviets before. So it's one of those where I had the advantage going into them. I had the knowledge advantage going into them that they didn't. So I think, truthfully, that's what led me to win. I think if I played the same three opponents 3 to 6 months later and the same 3 missions, I think I could easily lose all of those games. Yeah. So, which to me is a really good sign, because it goes to show that, learning the game, getting better at the game, taking the time to understand which units are good and which units are bad is great. It comes down to player knowledge and player skill, which is great, which is awesome. And yeah, I like that. I remember the first time I played against Totem Core, I thought they were completely unbeatable. Now I handle them without even blinking. But, so I think fundamentally, right now, probably knowledge is most important. I think I think there's a good chance that the person who wins the K47 Adepticon tournament will probably be someone who's played a lot of games and who's got a good knowledge into a lot of different units. I think that's a strong chance. But if we were to dive into it, and get a little bit more specific, I do think there is, right now, I think there is an emerging meta. I think the emerging meta is speed. And I think speed and being able to handle damage value 7. That's probably what defines the conflict meta right now. If you do not have the ability to handle something like a squad of 6 Schreckwolfen coming at you, you could be in trouble. Now, there are multiple ways which you can handle 6 Schreckwolfen. For pretty much every faction, there's multiple ways. Maybe Japanese struggling a little bit, but we know they're going to get a second pass and an update, so we'll leave them to one side. But multiple ways that you can handle something like Schreckwolfen coming down. One of the things to do is to use terrain against them. Like the fact that if they're going over terrain, they're quite slow. It's fine. But how would you handle 6 Surging Schreckwolfen? So, there are multiple ways of handling them. The first thing to recognize is that they can only kill 1 unit at a turn. The second thing to recognize is they are very unlikely to be in combat turn 1. And they are not all that likely to be in combat turn 2. Depending on the terrain situation. It's also important to recognize that they are hard to kill. But they're only really hard. They're only really hard to kill in terrain. This is the great dilemma of the Schreckwolfen player, which is, do you run out across open ground to get longer movement distances, or do you go from terrain piece to terrain piece? If you go over the open ground, you're basically going to be rocking a fire up hard to kill save, which isn't that hard to punch through. And if you go from terrain piece to terrain piece, you're going to be slower. So Schreckwolfen, you basically handle them by acknowledging that by basically recognizing their weaknesses, they have to choose between speed and durability. Even at surging value 8, they have to pick between the two. Because if they're surging value 8 and they're running across open ground, then everything from an autocannon and above can slot them. And there are lots of autocannons in this game. You don't need Ignore's cover at that point to dig them out. So you've got everything. You've got autocannons, flamethrowers, light anti-tank guns, any kind of anti-tank gun, really. You know, Schreckwolf run out against a Bruin, and the Bruin goes, will happily move into point blank and blast them. The other thing to recognize is that Schreckwolfen get fucking fisted. Even when they're surging, they get genuinely fisted by mechs. Now, yeah, the 6 Schreckwolfen will probably tear apart a Guardian mech before they go down. But, Guardian mechs have a real chance of killing 1 or 2 Schreckwolfen before they die. So if you can kill 1 or 2 Schreckwolfen, 1 or 2 Schreckwolfen on the way in, and then they charge a Guardian mech and lose like another one, then really the Schreckwolfen squad is kind of down to it's starting to get dangerously close to being combat ineffective. Yeah. Dexian, I'm saying autocannons and flamethrowers and above. I'm not saying you spam autocannons and flamethrowers. I'm saying something as commonplace as an autocannon, which every single mech seems to be able to bring, or flamethrowers. Like every single mech can basically bring an autocannon or flamethrower or higher, and there are a lot which can bring more than that. And there are certain armies which just handle them. Like, someone runs 6 Schreckwolfen at you. You go, okay, gravity pulse. So yeah, there's an element of axis handle axis, but then you've also got an element of the fact that Soviets. You run 6 Schreckwolfen out against Soviets. You're 1 T-34 ZP away from losing half your squad. Yeah. So there is a little. They are. Don't get me wrong. They're very, 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 very good. But the Schreckwolfen have to choose between speed and durability. Same with the Ursus. The Ursus have to choose between speed and durability. The Ursus actually even more so because the Ursus, if they are surging, they can never go off that surging if they want to go fast. So Schreckwolfen are good. Ursus are good. But both units genuinely have weaknesses that can be exploited. The last two times I faced Schreckwolfen, I handled them without breaking a sweat. The first time, I recognized the terrain layout and just basically made sure that if the Schreckwolfen ever wanted to charge me, I was always 9 inches away over some terrain, whether it's a hedge or whatever. The second time I handled them because my opponent ran out into the open because he was trying to run to get, he had to choose between speed and durability. He chose speed, and I just blasted him. Yeah, blasted them, no problem. So Schreckwolfen, Ursus, they can be handled. They're very, very, very good, capable units. But and I will never ever take that or deny that they're very capable, very dominating on the battlefield. But they are absolutely handleable for the majority of factions in the game. Like the thing was like again with Schreckwolfen, they're never going to catch a Firefly squad if the Firefly squad doesn't want them to. And the Fireflies, if you've got a Firefly unit, you can run in to it's good positioning, but you run in within 6 inches. Blast, and then you regroup in hell. Now, if you can play it right around the terrain, as long as you get 3 inches or higher, that Schreckwolfen just can't get you. Because let's say you jump over a hedge, shoot, jump back 3 inches or more, that Schreckwolfen can't get you now because it can only charge 8 inches. So you can put Schreckwolfen inside a transport, but you can't charge out of a transport. And if the transport gets destroyed, you go down. So there's not much advantage to putting Schreckwolfen in a transport, in my opinion, because there's too much of a delay between you getting to where you need to get to and the enemy being able to react to it and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. So look, I think this is why I say I think it comes down to an element of knowledge more than anything else. I think Schreckwolfen and Ursus will absolutely dominate on the middle boards. But I think on the top boards, the answer will not be, did you bring Ursus or Schreckwolfen? The answer would be, did you bring the weapons that handle these kind of units? Do you have the weapons that can handle the speed and the durability meta? So weirdly, like the mid-table meta is Schreckwolfen and Ursus. The top-table meta may not even feature those units. If it features them, they'll be featured as a counter to those units. But if someone, I could easily see someone winning Adepticon without them. I'm not saying they will do, but I could see them winning them without them. Because if someone brought Grav Spam, I could see Grav Spam being quite could win it. I could see Jump Spam winning it. Yeah, I actually have no idea what will win it. Could someone turn up with 24 Ursus and just run around battering everyone? Yes, I could see that happening. I could see that happening. Could someone turn up with just a shitload of jump troops and just like Americans and just never get touched, just constantly dropping down, snapping X cash and checks? I could see that. Could I see an Axis player turn up with 3 Pumas and just spam the cheapest grav pulse weapons? Yeah, I could see that. But the thing is, like, the meta is in no way solved whatsoever. And so it'll be really, really curious. I'm really, really curious to see how it ends up falling down. I think, personally, I think I think it's very likely that the list that wins Adepticon will be a focused, balanced list. So a good example would be similar to a list that I ran, where it was very focused, as in it was all gas, no brakes, but it was still balanced because it had durability, speed, firepower, and ignores cover. It wasn't just pure melee push. It was much more than that. So I could see a list which is focused yet balanced. Like an example of that for Axis, for example, I could see someone taking like a lot of grav, but still making sure they've got room for a unit of Schreckwolfen and a unit of like Totem Core in case things went south. I could see for like the Americans a lot of jump, but someone recognizing they're going to need like some ignores. You know, they're going to need some heavier pen than what like a linebacker can bring, for example. I could see someone, for the Soviets we already talked about, for the Axis, for the Brits, I could see a British list. I could see a very. I could see like a Merlin, Hornet or double Hornet. I could see a mass robot. I could see a mass computational systems Brit list do well. Double Hornet and a fuck ton of robots. Because the Hornets handle the... Well, if it was me, I'd take double Hornet, double Guardian, and the rest would be robots. Possibly. Japanese. If Japan wins Adepticon's big event, I will take them to my next tournament. I will take them to my next tournament. There you go. I think Japan's probably the only faction which I don't necessarily has a leg to stand on. But if they were to do it, I think you'd see a lot of Ghost Warriors. I think you'd see probably like just pure Ghost Warrior spam. Yeah. I don't see Brits or Japan placing top 5. I think one or the other might. One or the other. I tell you what, Dex, it kind of depends on the terrain in many ways. But yeah. So yeah, the meta of conflict is yet to be decided. Here's the thing. There are several things that if it won it wouldn't surprise me. But there are several things, but any one of them has the possibility of winning it. It's not like, oh, someone turns up with Catan spam, they're guaranteed to win it kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah. My take is Conflict 47 has a meta, but it absolutely has an anti-meta at the same time. And truthfully, I think it's... I would expect either Americans, Soviets, or Axis to win it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see I wouldn't be surprised to see all the factions in the top 10. I mean, I don't know how many... Is it like 100... I think it's like a 100-player event or something. Something like that, maybe. So, yeah. Depends on any players, of course, as well. I agree with Dexian, though. I think Soviet list will include Drugov. It would not surprise me if a Soviet list containing Drugov won the whole thing. He is like probably the best unit in the game. But I agree with Zeb. Like, everyone overlooks the little things. Like, everyone goes on about Schreckwolf. Everyone goes on about Schreckwolf and Ursus. But one of the best units in the game for dealing with those motherfuckers is basic infantry with ATRDs. Like, a basic infantry squad is 60 points. Upgrading them with ATRDs is 30 points. So, if a Schreckwolfen squad comes running at you, you roll your d6 for your number of missiles. On average, you get, let's say, 4. You get, I mean, if you kill like 2 Schreckwolfen or Ursus off it, depending on who's surging and whatnot, but if you kill 2 of them, you've got your points back, roughly. I really think people keep saying, "Oh, I wish basic infantry had the weapons to deal with like big stuff," and it's like, I think ATRD spam could be a thing. I just don't know.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
It could be a thing. Yeah, it could be a thing. Surging to 8 is the one bit that I think is a step too far. I could see it dexing him, yeah. It's such a no-brainer when the thing is, they're relatively handleable until they go to Surging 8, and then when they go to Surging 8, they're a little like, fuck me, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Panzerfaust are Panzerfaust are Pen 6 though, right? So if you hit them, you're gonna wound them. Yeah. Yeah. We got a couple of super chats here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. List of you for the small K47 Adepticon event. Let's have a look. Oh, this is the Walker event, isn't it? Linebacker, Jackal, linebacker, Firefly. I mean, are you meant to be bringing Fireflies to a Walker event, Cosmic? Come on. Come on. I thought it was Walkers only. I feel like you should only bring Walkers. It's the Walker event. It's meant to be Walkers fighting each other. I think you should I think you should run double linebacker and then a mud skipper and a jackal. If you can fit that in, that's how I would do it. Or 2 veteran super bazooka linebackers with flamers. How many points would that be? That's gotta be like 1,000 points. Just double elite linebacker build. I'm gonna find out now. I'm gonna look at it. Right, the linebackers 394. Super bazookas makes it 454 with a flame. Right, I think that's your list, Cosmic. 1,000. I know it's only 1,000 points, man. I got your list for you right here. 394 plus 10 plus 60 times 2. 928 points. What? Oh, no, one of them's got to be a command vehicle. 938 points. That leaves just 60 points left over. I honestly don't think you can get anything for 60 points. You just go in 60 points light. And you just fucking own it like a champ. Yeah. There you are. On a serious note, I would check that you are allowed to take infantry, because I think the spirit of the event is probably mechs only. Yeah. And I would take, in such a scenario, I would take linebacker. I reckon you can get linebacker, mud skipper. Or what? Oh, wait, this is a themed list. Wait. 3. Oh, fuck. Cocking Nora, 1 minute. 3, 2, 8, plus 10, plus 10. That's your command linebacker. And then 290 for the mud skipper. And then double jackal.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile
That's too
infantry
cheap.
made me the man I am today.
2 jackals. I was gonna say, take 2 jackals, 1 mud skipper, 1 linebacker, and it kind of like you're going up the totem pole almost. And then, but it's only 908 points, so you'd need to find 92 points to spend on something for the platoon. I don't think there's a light tank. A tank light enough. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I don't think the event would let me run the giant as a mud skipper. Maybe not. Okay. I'll give you a fucking list then. I think you want double linebacker Cosmic. It's your signature move, bro. You know, like... I mean, dude, I really don't understand why we're even having this conversation. 3 linebackers, 1 as the command linebacker is 994 points. That is the cosmic list. That is the cosmic list right there. The universe is speaking to you, Cosmic. 6 points for FDR. There you are. There you go. Just triple linebacker. Now, the only issue is you are going to be somewhat light on anti-tank. You have aura cannons and light Tesla. So this mech off, you might be slightly in trouble. But that's the thing. That's not your problem. Just hopefully you get really lucky on the Tesla, right? You get into combat with the enemy mechs. There you are. Cosmic, on a serious note, I think your first list was quite good. I'm only really busting your balls, man. Cheese Master, thank you the 43-month member flex, man. X-Force, baby! I think the Jackal Supremacy is inbound. Best mech for real. Jackals are very good. They just can't hold points. If they could, if mechs could hold points, that'd be great. But it is very good because it can punch and it can DACA. Yeah. It gets the. So look at the Jackal. The Coyote gets MMG and HMG. The Jackal gets MMG and Flamer. Yeah. It is very good at 135 points to drop in with an armored flamethrower. But there's always a chance it just misses and then runs out of fuel. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. So it's why my favorite mech is the British Guardian. Because the British Guardian, it can flame. But if the flamethrower goes tits up, it's got 2 other guns and its fists for backup. Now, obviously, the Jackal has fists for backup as well, but yeah. Yeah. But no, I think the Jackal is very, very good. That's why you take 3. That's fair enough. At that point, though, you could get yourself quite an expensive mech. But hey, 3 dice in the bag, right? Yeah. I do have a jackal, and I am looking forward to building it and painting it. So yeah. What do we got next? We've got Tiki Banzai, Banzai, Banzai. Tiki, thank you very much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the Tiki Point. I don't even know what the Tiki Point is. Someone needs to enlighten me. Someone needs to share with me the wisdom of the Tiki stream. John Mertens, the Vogel spinner is just good. Is just good at getting cheap rift dice while being unironically good chassis. The Vogel spinner is great. The Vogel spinner is great. Yeah, literally zero complaints. The Vogel spinner. I think Warlord really nailed it with the points of the Vogel spinner and the Star Trooper. I think they're perfectly pointed, both units. Yeah. Conjure, a Tiki point is when you take a list that is exactly 1 point over. Tiki, did you do that? You have shamed us, sir. You have disgraced us, sir. You shall answer. I ranted about it. Oh, okay. Why did someone diddle you with a point? Did you get point cooked? Is that what's happened here? Oh man. I feel like Tiki got cooked by a guy who, I'm gonna be real with you. If it's that guy that took a mastodon and a mammoth, I don't think him being 1 point over would have made a big difference. You were playing Japanese into 2 super heavy Soviet walkers. It was only going to go one way. Yeah. All right. Well, at least we know now. Being even a single one over means you didn't sacrifice. You didn't really list build. Oh, I agree. Yeah. I agree. You can't be a point over. You can't be a point over. Christopher 6, the Japanese one. No, the other one. As of Ninja, Mordian, what are we thinking of American Mech Army? Jackals, Grizzly, and Kodiaks, plus the infantry corps. Because every day in the course, I can down the farm. I think mech armies. I think America's got a really broad range of mechs, but they don't have any heavy mechs. But I think going an American mech army and backing that up with infantry is important. You definitely need. Pardon me. You definitely need the infantry though, because you need to be able to take objectives. If you go like super mech, if you just go like nearly every point you can spend, but only on mechs, you'll basically lose every objective game. Yeah. There we go. Conflict Gaz Morning. I bought 3 old starter sets for K47 for 50 quid each. Russian and 2 Japanese. Dude, amazing. Amazing fucking deal, man. Yeah. The Russian one is good on every level. The Russian one's probably the best one. And then you want 2 of the Japanese ones. That's exactly what I bought for my initial Japanese army. Yeah. Yeah. Where is a big question. Conflict Gaz. Where is this magical place? And can I also buy? No, I don't need any more starter armies. I really don't. I'm like, I should buy more. It's actually got to the point where I don't buy starter armies anymore. If I come across a good deal, I just post it in the Conflict 47 MG Discord channel, because like if I buy this, I would be being greedy. It is better for me to sell to point these on, sell them on, and they're not my listings, to put them forward for other people to take advantage of, because otherwise this is going to sit in my pile of shame. Yeah. It's mad when you see these small wargaming shops that sell things cheap. I got Ursa's £25 low. Conflict Gaz, where, man? Where? God damn it. Are these local shops? Do they have web stores? Where are they? Stop saying words, right? I got a thought of 60 quid. I want to stop seeing words. I want to start seeing addresses. I want to start seeing pins on Google Maps. That's what I want to see. Stop telling me about the time you got all these great deals and let me get in on the fucking deals. I swear to God, if you tell me another shop that you got something from for super cheap and you don't tell me where from, I'm gonna ban you. But then if I ban you, I'll never know. No! There's a whole I'm not buying anymore didn't last 30 seconds. I'm not buying I'm not buying any more starter sets. Because the main reason I won't buy any of the old starter sets is because I really, really do not need any more basic bolt action infantry. Like, it's getting bad now. It's getting bad now, yeah. I got a bolt action version 2 Band of Brothers starter set for like $65. That's pretty good, Tiki. Yeah. Yeah. Should I change my name to Full Conflict Owl lol? Of course you should, Full Metal Owl. Like, at this, everyone who's doing the stream right now is talking about conflict. Everyone's going to tell you, yeah. If you asked that question, you knew what the answer was going to be. There you are. Another Winter Falsheria box set, sir? I have got probably 300 German infantry at this point. Easily. Like, absolutely ridiculously easily. I do not need any more German infantry. I have more Grenadiers and Winter Fallschirmjäger and veteran infantry that I know what to do with. Yeah. Those are not rookie numbers. Not for bolt action, man. Jesus. I know I have over 200 Soviet infantry. Yeah. Warlord about to announce Kriegsmarines. I'm not getting them. I've finished. I have a box. Right, let me show you guys something. This, right? This is my built and primed spare bolt action American and Winter Fallschirmjäger. You might think that's not enough. Those are rookie numbers. What are you talking about, Mordium? That's what I have left over from when Battle of the Bulge came out. It's been 2 years since then. I am 2 years behind on this backlog. I still have all of the Grenadiers from when I bought those K-47 starter sets. I still have all of the veteran infantry from my mystery box. And I still have all of the various tanks, weapon teams, artillery for a full 2,500 point Hungarian, probably 3,000 point Hungarian army. And another winter German starter army, all the infantry from that, and more. Like, I am just at this point painting bolt action infantry for the sake of it. I am painting stuff I will probably never use Just because I'm like, well, I built on Prime, I should probably get around to it. Like... Like, my brother was very surprised the other day when I threw away all of my old bolt action sprues. I had a massive case of them. I mean, you know, one of those old GW double army cases, like the big square ones? One of those was full of bolt action sprues. I threw them all away. He was like, why do you do that? You don't need the spare bits? And I went, no. So what if you need more riflemen? I went, I've got them. I don't need any of those bits. I have every assault rifle I could want. I have every rifle I could want. Every SMG I could want. Everything. Like, I'm not flexing here. I just don't need them. Like, I just don't need them. I am playing in the largest bolt action games that I think people have ever seen. That's like, I'm going to a bolt action apocalypse game with like 4,000 points worth of Soviets. Okay. And it's like, I'm not using every Soviet model that I own. I'm using about half.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Like, if I had to... It's got to the point now where if somebody drops out or somebody needs to come to one of these bolt action apocalypse games who doesn't have an army for a faction, I can supply armies for like 3 people. You can just give them away. It's more effort than it's worth. It's more effort than it's worth. Like, it's just, like, I could sell them. I've got to fuck around with, like, packaging them and all this kind of shit, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Like, the thing is, like, you get so many bits in a bolt action sprue. Like, what realistically, if I sent someone, like, a giant bin bag of sprues, which have got no bodies on, it's just spare weapons and, like, spare heads and pouches and stuff. Realistically, there's not, like... If it's no use to anyone. It's no use to anyone. Because if you want it, you probably just want to buy the box of anyway and get everything that you want. It's no, because the thing is, it's no use to anyone because everyone else has exactly the same situation. No, local LGSs don't even have bits box where I am right now. Yeah. Snoopy's tea in the nicest possible way. I'm not sending it to Brazil. If I ever happen to be in the area and on the remote chance that I, for some reason, whilst traveling in Brazil, have brought with me my second bin bag of sprues, I will give them to you. But that seems to me like a very low probability of that happening. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, you guys wouldn't even want them. Like, you guys honestly wouldn't even want them. It's just anyone who has any, honestly, right? If you buy yourself a box of bolt action infantry, you have more bits than you know what to do with. Just one box. Like, some of these sprues have been sat in my, this is the crazy thing. I've never needed to like kit bash between like bolt action kits. I've always been like, oh, if I've got enough SMGs that come in the box. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, people, like, honestly, people have, yeah. I know it could come a big old pile of guns, all this kind of stuff, but honestly, people don't need my sprues and bits to achieve that. Like, honestly, they don't. Yeah. It was just a big, I threw them away probably at Christmas time. No, it was last Christmas. It was ages ago. Threw them away like last Christmas. And I did a huge sprue purge. It was sometime last year. Maybe it was last Christmas. Maybe it was between last Christmas and this Christmas. I can't quite remember. It was a huge sprue purge. I threw away nearly every spare sprue that I had. 40k and bot action. And I was just like, if I ever need it, I've got a 3D printer. Guess what? I've never had to 3D print it. Yeah. Yeah. Like I've just got too many bits and stuff. It's just, you gotta think, guys. I've got stuff in my pile of shame that have been with me since I was 11 years old. 22 years. Some of it's just gotta go. Do you know what I mean? Like some of it's like some of it's just like literally is like bits left over from random projects and whatnot. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, it's just stuff I don't need anymore. I've had bits in my bits box which I've had. I couldn't even tell you how long, and I've never really needed it. I'm just like, I'm just gonna be good. I'm just gonna get. No one wants a channel giveaway. Fuck's sake, Squawk. Nobody wants a channel giveaway of my old shitty sprues. Think, man, think. No. Raven Mercenaries. You, of all people, don't want my bot action sprues. You just coming in here, just saying shit in the stream. Of all the people to say, I want your bot action sprues, you are never ever going to want that shit. There you go. Anyway, I can't give you them now. There's no point in polling it. I can't give them to you. They're all gone about a year ago. You're all pining over bits which have been in landfill for 12 months at this point. There you go. All of you have gone through exactly the same process that I have gone through. In the last 12 months, you have all managed perfectly fine with your own bits boxes and your own spare sprues. Think about that. Every single one of you have managed without a problem. You don't want my spare bits. You just want it because it's free shit. That's all it is. You've just got this like caveman DNA at the back of your fucking brain, like hunter, gatherer, scavenger fucking DNA, where it's like, must hoard, in case the people from not our tribe come back. Yes. You're like a Skaven, like, yes, must have the bits, yes, quick. That's what you're all like. You don't actually want my bits. Yeah, you just want it because it's like random free shit. He's abandoned the proletariat. Fuck's sake. I heard he's giving us all bits. Right. I'm gonna turn up to Tantalus with all my spare sprues, and you guys can pick through them. There you go. Stop beeping me, Fun Jacob. Fuck's sake. I'll ban you. Stop it. Right, 1 minute. I'm eating a banana. I don't know if it's ripe yet, though. that's right. I'm not sure it's going to be ripe enough, but yeah. No beef, only banana. Make it bougier, bring out Kevin and Skulls for being poor. No, man. Beefy banana pits. Beefy banana pits. Why are all people on me? Conflict Gas has got a hookup for 50 quid starter sets, and you're having a go at me. He's just distracting even the real beef. I say experiment. Thank you, chap. Did you just say some more about actions, Bruce, to give away? Tell me more. Fuck off. Tiki the Hut. Hi, thank you, Super Chat. I'm just here for the free bits bag signed by OG. You can fuck off as well. McCon, thank you for the Super Chat. I was promised. No! I have no bits to give. Mordian's rug pulled us on bit. He's bits pulled us.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe. While you live.
We were promised bits. Riot! There's no bits for you to riot over. I haven't skipped, don't worry about this post. I'm coming back round to it. There are no bits for you to riot over. They're all gone. They're all gone. You guys are rioting over the bits that don't exist. What you should be rioting over is all the fucking actual sprues the sprues I have. You shouldn't be rioting over the sprues that are gone. You should be rioting over the sprues I have left. All right. What have we got next? What have we got here? We've got some more super chats coming here. We've got Azaleus. Azaleus, thank you so much. 32 months, man. What I've assembled this week in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, that's pretty cool, man. Look at this. Got some old school models here. Drax is obviously still available, and so is the Catachan Command Squad, but it's great to see the Catachan Colonel and Minkalesk doing the rounds. Nice. Very, 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 very cool. It's such a shame the Hell's Last didn't just become a named command squad for us to have. They're such beautiful models. They would have become such a great staple. Yeah. Really cool, man. Really, really fucking cool. Love that. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. We've also got Misplaced Squid. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Idea for the last of 10th in the Discord, sir. I have a suggestion for you. Something different for the last 3 months. Bring back the Black Tide for Van Hazar. The Bastion attachment is actually really damn good for them. Battle line, get advance / fallback plus shoot / charge for free. And anything they tag with shooting gets rerolls of 1 to hit against. Great strats, access to sustained or lethals, wound rerolls, reactive moves. I've been running my attempts using it, and it feels like they should. I believe you, man, 100%. So Grimaldus, Hellbracht, Castellan, Emperor Champion, Lieutenant Combat Weapon, Marshal, 5 Assault Intercessors, 3 squads of 20 Crusaders, 5 Infiltrators, and a Repulsor Executioner. That looks like a great list, man. Yeah, I can fully believe that's got a lot of power and punch behind it. Really believe that'll do well in the Bastion Task Force. I'd say I've had my eye on the Bastion Task Force myself. Yeah, no, I'm all for it. The only reason I'm not all over the Black Tide is because my army just requires too many. Like GW just fucked with my army too much. I need to rebuy too many models, and instead of rebuying them, I'm really tempted to just sell them. I think I might, because the thing is, I'm gonna keep the part of the Black Temper army that I love, which is my firstborn part, and then just use it in Oldhammer, because I bought my Primaris half of my Black Tide, where just to run, just to try it out, but the passion of the project was always in the firstborn half. Yeah. So yeah, no, I fully believe that's a great list. I reckon it'll do really, really good. And I'm super hyped to hear that you've been doing well with it. But I think I'm gonna see what 11th edition brings, but I think I'm probably done with my Primaris Black Templars. Yeah. What do we got here next? We've got Cosmic Drew, the Tiki point is real. Check stream discussion. Yes, the Tiki point is real. Yes. There you are. Tiki, you got to watch out for him. He's always taking a point over in his lists. He's always taking a point over. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. I am Cosmic the Flayer. I need the bits so I can create. Well, you got to go fishing around in some UK landfills, then you can find them. Is the flare above dumpster diving? I want to say a big thank you to Snowpiece T. Thank you for super chat, man. Yes, Commissar, this one here, he threw away the bits. I did, and I'll do it again. In fact, it's the second time I've thrown bits away. It's the second time. I threw away a bunch of 40k sprues, and I threw away a bunch of bot action sprues on 2 separate occasions. So I've not only thrown them away once, I've thrown them away twice. So there you are. There you are. That's just how like wasteful I am. Tips, because people like you, GW charges so much. Nah, man. The ones I threw away for 40k were like, can't even remember what they were now. I have still got so many sprues. I put them in a box. I put them in a box, and if I didn't use them for like over a year, I threw them away. And I didn't use them for over a year, so I was like, fine. Yeah. No, it's not a federal offense to throw. We don't even have a federal. We don't even have feds in this country. We not the way we don't have the federal government like you guys have. Yeah, our country's too small. We just have like we have local councils, and then we have the government. Yeah. And then we have the crown. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it a royal crime to throw those away instead of recycle them? No. It is not. It was a royal crime for you to throw that fucking tea in the harbour, but don't hear me giving you a hard time about it. We have a TV license, but we don't have sprue police. This is exactly true. The sprue police are made up. They're like the Facebook police. Yeah, the Fed here is King Charles. He can't do nothing exactly. He can't do shit yet. Apart from fingers that are like sausages, the strange man. Anyway. What the fuck is a TV license for real? It's basically a tax. So in the UK, you have to, if you watch like what we would call like terrestrial television, so like normal, like not cable, not streaming services or anything like that, but if you just watch stuff that's put out over the TV waves, for lack of a better term, like the free TV, you have to pay, like, it's not really free, you have to pay like a TV license. So yeah, you basically have to pay, I don't know how much it is, but yeah, but if you don't like watch any live television, then you don't need a TV license. So yeah, it's like I never watch any live TV, so I mean I think I still have a TV license, but I don't have a live TV. Kodu, you're such a backwards people, bro. Do you want to know what's okay? You want to go there? Do you want to know what's fucking backwards? When I go to pay for a meal with a card and I can't just pay for it, the waitress or waiter hands me a fucking piece of paper and a pen and is like, do the maths. It's like, can't you just, like, doesn't the machine just do it? Nah, you've got to work out the maths. You got to work out the fucking tax and all this kind of shit. It's like, why? Just pay.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
Just fucking
one
pay.
way keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real.
It's fucking mental, man. Like you've got to get the amount and then work out like how much the tax is going to be, and then add that on, and then do the tip, and then add that on, and then do like the final amount, and then they'll charge you that much. It's just like, why don't you just tell me how much it is, charge me that, and then I'll just leave a tip if I want to leave a tip. Maybe taxes show them already, but no, it's not, man. You got to write it out. Nah, man. You always get handed. You got to fuck around with. Maybe I'm misremembering. You just write the tip in. No. I've been there where you have to write it out. I have been there and I have to write it out. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Yeah, it's included on it, but you have to, like, if you pay with card, you have to, like, they write it out. You have to, like, write the tip out. Or maybe it's just the tip. Yeah, why are you writing the tip out? I don't get it. Okay. Fine. The tax, I've misremembered that a bit. Why are you writing the tip out? Why not just give the tip? Why are you writing the tip out? Why not just give them the tip? Why not be like, here's the meal, thank you, paid for it. Okay, here, we've left the tip on the table. Great, awesome. You write how much they charge you on your card. Yeah, but if the machine in the UK, if you want to tip by card, you do it on the machine. So they hand you the card machine. Oh, by the way, bro, they take your card away in America. Oh, it's so fucked, man. Like, they scuttle off with it. No. You bring that fucking machine to me. I ain't letting you just to fucking waltz off with my fucking card. No, bring, like, literally, people get so funny with me. I'm like, bring the card. Bring the machine over here. I'm not having you walk away No fucking way. Bring it moves, man. I can see it moves. It moves. Bring the machine over. Yeah. And then what happens is so in the UK, this is what happens, right? Right. They bring the machine over to you. They put the amount in for you. And then they present it to you. And you just tap your card. That's one way that happens. Typically in a place where you're not expected to tip. Because it's just like, and if you want to leave a tip at that point, you just leave like cash on the table kind of thing. If you want to. But typically, you don't have to tip everywhere in the UK. Because we actually pay people a living wage. And then, but if there is a tip, what happens is you put your card in and you check the amount and you press OK. And then the machine will say, would you like to leave a gratuity? And then you just type in how much on the machine and you press OK. And then it's done. I don't have to write anything down. I don't have to like write shit down or round up or anything like that. I just don't do any of that. It's just done. Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. Yeah, what's this? I see it's of people going to hotel and getting charged £100 over. So they go back and the hotel to try and say what it's for, and it's voluntary. And they were hoping he'd got on a plane not soon again. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. People are saying, all right, what is the minimum wage? What is the minimum wage in the UK? All right. Okay, how much does that translate to dollars? I have no idea if this is a big deal to American people, but in the UK, we pay people a minimum wage of $16.50 an hour. I don't know what the minimum wage is in America, if there is one. So that's why, yeah. Is that a little bit? US is $7.50. Okay, so it's literally double the US one. What is the minimum wage by state in US? Okay. California is $16.90. New York is $16 to $17. Federal is $7.25. Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. So, yeah, most of them. $18. So not most. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. But most people don't. So in the UK, to be clear, we have what's called the living wage and we have what's called the minimum wage. And most people, I think some places pay, like minimum wage is like not a lot. Okay, plenty of places do pay minimum wage. Don't get me wrong. Like they do. Like I'm not going to bullshit. But the majority of jobs will pay you the living wage, I would say, which is not that much higher, to be fair. which is basically 20. It's basically the equivalent of $20. It's 1986. Yeah. 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 Rough. Yeah, there you go. Or actually, that's, to be fair, that's for London. It's a little bit lower in the rest of the UK. It's 1850 in the rest of the UK. So yeah. But yeah, the UK has really low average wages, I think. But we have it's interesting. Outside of London, we have different. It's very expensive to live in London. London is basically its own country. Like, it's very expensive to live in London. Outside of London, it's generally a bit cheaper. Average wage UK. All right. So I wonder how. What? Let's see. Let's work this out. That's before deductions. Okay, the average wage in the UK is $50,000, which is probably super low, I imagine, in comparison to a lot of US. Yeah. But I don't know what the that's average, not median. Median is it's 42,400. So I think it's a lot lower than the US. But then, like, there's some things in the US which are, like, really high in comparison to the UK. Like, rent is, my understanding, by the way, obviously I'm an outsider here. My understanding is rent in the US is quite high in comparison to the UK. Like, it depends on where you live. It's very, very dependent. But, yeah. It's, in the UK, if you're in London, you get paid basically double. Like, literally, you get paid double what everyone else does because you have to, because otherwise you literally can't afford to live. But this is only a few years ago. Now, rent will have gone up since then, but before I lived in my house, I rented a flat. And I rented a flat in the center of the city that I live in. And that was only about £500 a month. So that wasn't very much. And that's in the city center. That would be about $670 a month. And then obviously I don't pay for health insurance. I pay more tax, but I don't pay health insurance. Yeah. So yeah, like, it's very different. It's very different. Like, the UK does have a cost of living issue, but yeah. I don't live in Manchester. I've never lived in Manchester. I've never lived in Manchester. Well, Barak's lying, man. I'm not going to tell you where I live, obviously. But I've never lived in Manchester. I've never even worked in Manchester. Yeah. So it's one of those where, like, I pay $2,600 a month for a shitty one-bedroom apartment in Miami. But Miami's a nice place, isn't it? You see, the thing is, Miami's God's waiting room, so they can afford to charge that much because most people aren't paying it for that long. Yeah. You guys a major cost issue? Rent where I am is more than minimum wage. Oh, I can believe that, sir, Newbie, 100%. I think it depends on UK. UK, like, is very, even though we're quite a small country, there really is massive variations in costs from place to place. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a bit of a strange. Yeah, it's yeah. When it's hard, it's dead money. Agreed. But we're getting into potentially political territory, so we should avoid it. Yeah. Andrew, the poses for the Scions are basically mandatory. You could do a little bit of fucking around, but unless you're willing to really bust out the hobby knife, you're gonna have to. You can convert them. You can, but it's going to require more than the bits you get in the kit, basically. Yeah. Screws, I pay 0 to live in the bushes on a volcano. Free heating as well, I imagine. Sometimes it's too hot, but that's okay. So yeah, so how about this? We got on this topic because apparently I'm a member of the bourgeoisie because I throw away free sprues. Yeah. There you go. That's where all this came from. Yeah. No, we got onto it because of the fucking me talking about is it like being a backwards country? That was it. You guys saying the UK was a backwards country. There you go. Let them eat sprue. That is a rich person trait, throw away sprues. Nah, man. It's a hoarding trait. Yeah. It's a hoarder's trait. I had too many. I had far too many. I had them in a box. I hadn't used them in years. I was like, these are just not going anywhere. Just off they go. Yeah. Yeah. Also, when you can't do math at a restaurant. I can't do math at the best of time. Yeah. You need to measure them by the pound. Ugh. Measure them by weight. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't you give me shit today say I can't do math? I probably should be playing a war game. No. No. I said if you can't work out one number's bigger than another number, you shouldn't be playing a war game. And people gave me so much shit. They were saying I was being super elitist. I was like, if the system of initiative is too complicated for you, aka what's your highest initiative? 6. Mine's 5. Okay, well the guy with 6 goes first then. Like, if you can't figure the bigger number is the better number, you shouldn't be playing like war games. That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I said. Figure the butch. 8 tips for straightening the weapons in the Mark IIs. I tried hot water and ice. Just use a hairdryer, man. Hairdryer. Yeah. Don't use water or anything like that, man. Yeah, I think if you use a hairdryer, you don't even need to like bend them. They'll literally like almost bend back into shape. Yeah. I think they'll just like float back into shape, for lack of a better term. But you might need to give them a little bend. Yeah. But be careful, obviously. All right, we've got some super chats here, and then I'm going to wrap up. Raven Mercenaries, thank you so much, man. Been enjoying my tank list. Been enjoying my tank list lately. 3-0 at my last event. My local meta is a lot of Space Marines and Chaos Space equivalent, so I think I'm on something. List of pictures in Discord. Working on upgrading some tanks still. Nice. Let's have a look. Tank Commander, Grand Strategist, Tank Commander, Exterminator, Punisher, Basilisk, Hydra, Chimera, Castellan, Cadians. You make me sad. It's like someone made a list of all the units I hate. No, that's not true. I like Basilisks. But why Punishers and not Vanquishers? Oh, man. I swear, Raven Mercenaries, at this point, you simply make lists to vex me terribly so. Yeah. But the army looks beautiful, man. I kind of like these chimera ass looking fucking tanks, bro. Look at these motherfucking things. These are cool. So they're the Punishers. Are your tank commanders rocking a Vanquisher and a Punisher cannon? If so, I'm going to fucking murder you. You were doing this on purpose. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. This motherfucker comes in here and just sends me stuff. He knows it's going to trigger me. He knows it's going to fuck with me. He still does it. Like, and why have they all got heavy bolters on the front and not las cannons? Like, everyone. I swear to God, this is the most beautifully painted, frustrating army I have ever seen. They both rock autocannons. I can't anymore. It vexes me. I'm terribly vexed. I wish I hadn't thrown my bits away now, so I could gifted them to Raven mercenaries, and he could have built tanks with better weapons. Combined arms is fine. The heavy bolters, though. Also, I don't see any. How are you giving them triple heavy bolters if you don't have the sponsons? Modeling for advantage. Modeling for advantage. I'm joking, man. I don't give a shit about that kind of stuff. Other people get way too uptight on that bollocks. On a serious note, though, the army is gorgeous. Properly gorgeous. And I actually applaud you for taking some other things and having fun with them. And doing and not only having fun, doing well with them as well. Yeah. It often goes to show there's a big difference between what is considered meta by the global community and what is actually meta in the local areas from place to place. Yeah. I imagine there are... It does not surprise me at all that a lot of Space Marine and Chaos Space Marine army lists would struggle against such a phenomenal amount of armor. I really like the Hydra turrets as well. And I really like the artillery pieces as well. Yeah, and I like the armored cars. I like all of it. Honestly, I like everything about it, man. I'm only busting your balls for a comedic effect, not for anything serious. I really like those. I really, really, really do like those Chimera tanks. I actually, in many ways, think, though, the profile of those is superior to the profile of the actual Russ, because the actual Russ is a bit of a weird one. You know, I feel like the turret size to tank ratio is a little bit better there. Yeah. Like, if that was a kit sold by Games Workshop as like a Chimera gun tank variant, I'd be all over it. Yeah, I'd have several of them. Yeah. No, this is not a plastic Hydra. This is different. I think there's some 3D printed parts, I think. Yeah. So yeah, Raven, I may have busted your balls slightly, but I actually think it's a cool list and a very cool army. Yeah, yeah. Now he's dissing the Lima Russ. Get this guy gone. No, I think the Lima Russ is a great tank, but it has a tiny, tiny turret. I wish the Lima Russ turret was bigger. Yeah. And a big, fat, fucking thick turret. That's what I want on the Russ. Yeah. Jenny Bratz, thank you for the super chat. Poor cold friends and stream discussion. Why? Why do you have to go and do this? I do not deserve this hate. This is just like, this is uncalled for. They're cold. Bring them. They're Soviet weapon sprues. So actually, they're perfectly okay being out in the cold. Oh, that's a good meme, Jenny. I'm only teasing. What is going back for us, right? Any day now. Any day now. Right. Oh, I'm going. It's been a good day. And there's been a lot to talk about. But it's late and I'm tired. So, with all that said, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who joined today's stream. Thank you to everyone that liked and subscribed and joined and watched and chatted away and all of that great stuff. And of course, a mega bunker busting thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And thank you so much to everyone who just was an absolute officer and a gentleman and scholar. Big shout out to 6 Foot Angry Dwarf as well, because he came in the biggest super chat tonight. Amazing. Song to play us out. I think it has to be the People's Song. It does, right? For I am, despite my sprue-based bourgeoisie attitude, I am, as always, a man of the people. Gentlemen, ladies, small fur creatures of Alpha Centauri, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.